Oh, do you know what I haven't done? I have not obtained my cup of coffee. It's up there. Here we go. Classic start. Fucked up already. Oh, coffee was a little bit last minute today. Let me move that. Put the coffee here. Hopefully I don't need to take the lid off it today because it's got milk in. I've put some nice cold milk. I've actually got milk. I put some nice cold milk in my coffee, so it should be drinkable a lot sooner without having to mess about taking lids off. The difficulties of making coffee at the last minute and putting it into an insulated cup, so it never gets cool, or doesn't get cool in any kind of reasonable time. Okay, folks, the channel is Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero. Okay, not necessarily a hero. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Just recently more and more people seem to be saying so. A bum, someone who lives rough, someone who lives or sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Nowadays in a tent in a field. We'll just give it a minute for people to arrive. Waiting for people to arrive. We're only at the 2-minute mark, there's no rush. I did only just push out the I did a tweet, or whatever they're called nowadays, an exit, shit, I don't know what they call them, an ex post, ipso ex post facto, I don't know, one of you Latin speakers can correct me. Yeah, I pushed out something on Twitter or X, whatever it's called, and I pushed out a notification via YouTube's community or posts or whatever they're called. Hopefully a few more people will get the notification shortly and will join us. I did just see Keith, Sign of Nature, you stocked and loaded. I am stocked with coffee mainly, although I do have my traditional tripod awaiting. I have the main can that I will be drinking. Oops. And I do have one that I'm kind of a little bit, behind with. So most of you will know that I try and have a nap before I do these live streams. And that'll be particularly important tonight. I have a friend calling round roughly 2:30. Hi, Zamit. I have a friend calling around about 2:30 to drop some stuff off. I'm not sure if I'm going to end the stream before that, or if we can take like a 2 or 3 minute break while I just grab a bag or so of things from my friend. He's leaving the country and just dropping off a few bits on the way to the airport. Chances are we'll be ending the stream before then anyway, but we'll see how it goes. If you're all obliging and if the conversation's flowing, I might try and work around it. We'll see. Ismo, hello my friend. Not long now. Where are we? 4, 5, 6 weeks? Where are we, Ismo? How long? So yeah, folks, as one friend leaves the country, I'm expecting another one inbound in a few days as well, coming out for Easter, which is only a few days away. So yeah, let me have a quick swig of my coffee. Let me test. I haven't tested how hot it is yet. It has got real milk in, fresh milk, and the milk was ice cold. It's okay. It's okay, babe. Just someone up on the main road being silly. It's okay. I know you don't like it. I know. I shall introduce you to my girl in a moment, but just let me have another swig of my coffee. Oh yeah. May 16th, Costa Blanca. That's roughly, is that 6 or just over 6 weeks, isn't it? However we look at it, maybe 7 at a push. Okay, my friend Ismo Finlandia will be here very soon now. Day off, weekend. You're off this weekend. Good stuff, mate. I shall be joining you. Well, let me join my friend Ismo. Let me join my friend Ismo with a. Okay, this is the okay. The weekend was days off. Tomorrow you're at work. No, it's Friday, isn't it? Fuck, look at that. You see, I do these things Friday and Sunday, and sometimes my brain just gets befuddled. It's always interesting when it happens because I catch myself doing it so often. I was just thinking about it earlier. So Ismo's got a couple of days off. He's back to work Monday. I shall say Kippis to Ismo. Join me, folks, in saying Kippis. I think it's Kippis. That's Finlandia for cheers or similar. Ismo, Kippis, my friend. Looking forward to seeing you soon. As I mentioned some moments ago, I'm going to introduce you now to my gorgeous co-star who got hit by a rock this week. We shall discuss this momentarily. Hey babe. Hey babe. Let me. Oh, you don't want a close up of my face. If you can see, folks, that black smudge there, that's my girl. I shall endeavour. I'll put a light on, but I won't. I'll put it on first and then move it towards her, so it's not too daunting. Hello, babe. You're going to talk to the peoples with me? You're going to talk to the peoples? Yeah. Uncle Ismo. Ismo. He's talking to me on the phone. Uncle Ismo's here. Hello, babe. There she is, folks. Let me see whether I can get you a... No, but the more I move around to try and get the light on her, the more she's going to pull away. She doesn't like the light. Hey, babe. You're a superstar. I love you. I love you. Daddy's little girl. Okay, folks, that's my Tina girl. I'm afraid you're stuck for the rest of the show looking at me, and I apologise for that sincerely. I took a pair of scissors to my moustache tonight. Well, to the moustache and to this, I don't know what this part's called, the little part under the mouth. Both were overflowing. I didn't have my little scissors. I had to just take a big pair of scissors to it. The other ones must have, when we've had strong winds and things, the wall of the tent buffets the chest of drawers that they're sat on. I don't know in which direction they will have fallen, but they've fallen off their usual perching point, and I'll have to dig around and find them in the coming day or two because I need them. So what's life like for you guys? Weather, what's the weather like? What's the temperature like? How's it been this week? Talk to a tramp, that's why you're here. Talk to a tramp, you know you want to. And then I'll tell you about my week, and I'll tell you the highlights of my week, such as they are. I don't think it's been too well. Until last night, it wasn't too eventful. Or yesterday evening. I think it was 4 o'clock. The kids throwing stones, and the one kid threw the stone. It bounced off the floor, through the door. It got caught by the mosquito net. There's an outer door which was rolled up and out of the way. The mosquito net was down but was open, but it took some of the sting out of the stone. It was only a little stone. Bounced off the floor, hit the mosquito net, came in, and hit Tina on the backside, I think. But I don't think it had much in the way of power in it by then. But I was outside and I was fucking... Oh, man. Careful what I say. But it was one in particular. I think three lads walked down the road, and two of them were startled that I was sat here looking out of the door, sat on the edge of the bed. I'd heard what at first I thought were kids' voices, and then I thought, oh no, it's women. This will tell you something about the age of the kids. I thought, no, it's women. And then it wasn't, it was lads. And two of them kind of froze and stood and said hello. One of them threw a stone and ran, the arrogant, cocky one in black. And then the other two got away, and when they joined him, they all started. You know, once they were 100 meters away, they got all big and brave again, as kids of that age do. And as I probably did as well when I was that age, but I was never daft enough to throw stones that hit a dog. If I'd had my shoes on, and if my trousers weren't split at the fly, I would have probably given chase, but I didn't have my shoes on, and my fly is wide open, and a man with his fly wide open chasing little boys, probably not the best look in the world. That's probably not a court appearance that I want. Yeah, look, you can see how unevenly I've cut it, really. I did it blind, I just grabbed it and chopped. I said a week or maybe even 2 weeks ago that I was going to take the hedge trimmers over it all, and I haven't done yet. I may well do that in the morning. But that was the, I guess that's the low light, not the highlight. I guess that's the low light of my week. What about you guys? Let's have a look. Keep small, yeah. And this computer tube, evening DM, brief visit to chat, but we'll be listening. Okay, away from keyboard, that's okay. You busy? You're doing some kind of, are you working? Are you in the lab dissecting PCs and rebuilding things, doing something technical? Ismo, very good. I am driving there, and car new fridge freezer, 12 volt, very cold freezer beer. Oh, have you got the same make as me? What's mine called, folks? Does anybody remember? I did make notes once upon a time. It does seem to be one of the main brands that most people get. If any of my guys that have got it, if Ryan or Roger are here, what's the brand of the fridge freezer that I got? Because mine's very good, small for cold beer. It goes down to -20 if I want it to. Had a few chilly nights. This is Andy's computer tube. Had a few chilly nights. Had to scrape the windscreen. Okay, we've had a few cold nights, but not that cold. We've been down to single digits again most of this last week, and until yesterday, when I checked the 7 days ahead or 8 days ahead, we were going to be all single digit nights again this next week. Now they've upped it a couple of degrees for most nights, not all. We've got one night down to 7 degrees this week. So we're not scraping ice off of the tent or anything. Oh, highlight of the week, folks. Highlight of the week. I will do a more thorough rundown. I might leave that till Sunday to do the full rundown of the week. Highlight of the week. My friend Karen and her fella came around and helped me kind of pushed me. Stuff that I've got. I had 2 tarps. I had one over a quarter of the tent at that end. So, because the tent's ripped along the bottom of the wall at the southern end, I had it going down there, but there was quite a bit of spare. And we wondered how much spare. Could we pull it back one more rib on the tent and maybe a little bit more? And we managed to get it like to the halfway point on the tent. And I had another one of the same, it's not technically a tarp actually, they're ground sheets. They're kind of a grey-green. slightly more green than grey, but only just. And when we realised that we reached halfway with the one, it meant that with the other we cover the full tent. Now we're covering it lengthways, and it comes a foot or two down the side, not all the way. But if you remember, I've been well, I haven't been complaining. I'm not a little bitch, but I've been commenting that the whole thing had become porous and dripped in rain, but not always rain. Sometimes just condensation at night. Because of the way the tent's concertinaed in, all of the fabric in between the poles is concave, and I always have to struggle to remember which is concave and convex. But all concave. So there's these 4 or 5 panels of concave fabric. So any moisture that gathers, so whether it's rain or whether it's just condensation on the outside, dew or whatever, will collect and will gather. We'll find a low point, and any one little porous hole or whatever, you've then got it either dripping in, or sometimes it collects, and then it kind of, you get a stream of it coming in. Putting the tarps over, 2 fantastic effects. Doesn't get hot as quick through the day, and at night it doesn't get cold as quick. Really, really instantly noticeable. Instantly. The first night and then the next morning, you notice that it didn't get cool at night and didn't get hot in the day. And the bedroom stays that bit darker, which is, you know, I'm watching YouTube videos, I'm laying on the bed most of the day, when I'm not out making food, walking the dog, making coffee, doing the things. But a lot of time is spent just laid down, just relaxing. My chair, my big Queen Anne chair that I could be sat in, is still a collection point for just putting things on. Piled high with Christ knows what. I have to go digging around in there sometimes just to discover what is in there, on there. But certainly my backside never on there, hardly ever on there. I'd have to spend 2 hours sorting out what's there and finding a new place to put everything before I could park my bum over there. I did just notice, folks, let me just, give me a second, I need to put the, what's it called, do not disturb mode on. Otherwise, any of you with headphones are gonna be deafened by the plinks and plonks that come through. While I'm there though, let me just have a look and see what that last one was. Tiger Woods arrested and charged with driving under the influence. Okay, is that what that was? Not really too bothered about that, but okay. Okay, I've accidentally scrolled back. There was Marie. Hi all, hope you are all well. I hope they're all well as well. Me and Tina certainly are. Well as Tina can be expected. Sorry to hear about the harassment. Shake my head. Or smack my head. I hear that with two different interpretations of SMH. Yeah, kids, it's not just that they threw a stone, it's that they then hang about and try and come back and try and catch you unawares and want to come back for another go, and then hang about at the top road. And if you watch the video, I think if I put a link in the description, if you watch the video, they hang about and then they try and sneak around this tree and they're looking to see if they can come back down. But I just stood there and stood there and stood there with a camera on them, with a phone on them. And in the end, they realised they weren't going to get away with it, and they got bored and went away. I did the video on maximum zoom just to try and get some kind of image of them. And then I tried to take that and enlarge it, and enlarging an already enlarged, I might have been better just videoing just at normal 1040 and then just doing the enlargement once in software. I'm not sure. I had 10 times zoom on the phone though, because they were a long way away. As kids tend to do when they do these things. They get all gobby and brave when they're 100, 200, 400 meters away, whatever. I should have been quicker to react in the first place. I heard them coming down the road, and then I thought, oh no, it's women. High-pitched, squeaky voices. Balls haven't dropped yet. And then, no, I saw it was 3 kids, and 2 of them said hello. And I thought, oh, hello, lads. And then the stone came over. I think 2 of them were calling their mate an idiot, but then when they ran away to join him, they all joined in with giving it the big I am. So I view them all as being responsible. They're all part of it. How does the saying go? If you don't curb the most extreme element of your group, you'll be judged by them, or judged as being like them, whatever you'll be tarred with the same brush as them, whatever the expression is. Yeah, you'll be defined by them, I guess is the, yeah. Oh, Andy's decorating, got decorating to do. Are we painting, are we wallpapering, are we stripping wallpaper? That was always one. My mum always did the wallpaper stripping at night, without realising that the people in the house next door could hear all the scraping. She thought she was picking a nice quiet time to do things. But the walls weren't as thick as we thought. Ismo saying good night. Hold on, let me try and decipher. DM, I'm going to sing karaoke bar writer tomorrow. Good night, and Tina is life, maybe? Not sure, mate. It's a little bit garbled, maybe lost in translation. I hope I got somewhere close. Good night, Ismo, and have a good one, mate. Maybe speak soon. Been a few days since we had a tippy-tappy type. Okay, folks. What about your weeks then? Come on, talk to a tramp. How are your weeks? Andy's doing decorating. Ismo's going because there's something about karaoke bar. Okay. Who else is here? Marie's here. Zami's here. What kind of week have you had, Zami, if you're still there? And Keith, Sign of Nature. I think I'm just thinking again, your stocked and loaded question could well have been to do with logistics, food and whatever movements, because of the whole petrol and gasoline, the world situation, the war in the Middle East. I guess maybe that's knowing Sign of Nature. He could have been more on those lines than coffee and beer. You stocked and loaded. I'm well stocked for food, it has to be said. I am stocked for water as well at the minute. I've probably got a lot more water here around the tent than your average household has ready for in case the pipes go off, in case the water goes off. I'm guessing at the minute, because I've had a couple of deliveries, I've probably got 50 or 60 litres, maybe more. No, I've had 50 or 60 delivered on top of the 20 I had. That might be a better estimate. Maybe 80. And actually, there was maybe a little bit more here than I thought. I might have up to 100 litres of water here. I got lots of cola. I've got orangeade, lemonade. Oh yeah, there's more water here. I've got water inside as well. I've got 2 or 3 bottles of water in the bottom of, I've always left in the bottom of the freezer. My idea there is that the thermal mass would help stabilize temperatures. Makes it slower to get things down to temperature, but they don't, when I turn them off overnight, they're not going to warm up quickly because there's 6 or more litres of cold water at the bottom, almost frozen water at the bottom of the freezer. So that helps. So I don't know. Maybe that's where Keith was going with his first question. That's a sign of nature. I'm going to come forward again. See who's here. Painting, etc. Also doing it at night, lol. Yeah, well, painting's all right. Is it a brush or is it roller? I'm going to guess roller for speed. I was always a fan of the brush for quality of putting the paint on, but roller gives you a certain speed in covering the. Well, if we're talking about a wall anyway, or wallpaper, painting over a whole wall or wallpaper. If it's skirting boards and stuff, that's a brush, because fiddly, silly shit. But for covering a wall, roller for the middle, paintbrush and masking tape around the edge, perhaps. Unless you got one of these modern rollers with a little blade on the edge to keep it all delicate and fine. You can tell I haven't done this in a while. Tents don't need painting. They just tend to fall apart every now and again and need new tarpaulins putting over, so you can get another 6 months out of them. I was talking with friends the other day about maybe emptying the spare bedroom, the storage room. Once we get a little more towards summer and the weather becomes a little more predictable, if we're going to empty that end out, I've got a big pallet. It's almost like a ladder. It's like a double or maybe triple width pallet. I want to get that in. See, at the minute, a lot of things are sat on the floor. There's multiple piles of bedding, clothing, jackets, all sorts over there. But when the floor gets wet, that bottom layer is wet, dry. They're going to rot if I'm not careful. It was my intention, it was my idea initially to put planks of wood over there and get everything off the ground. And I don't think I had the planks of wood in time. I got some later. And the hassle of emptying. But I'm going to do it when we get more reliable, when we get slightly longer days and more reliable weather. Empty that end of the tent out, the storage end, as I call it. Empty it all out. Put the the big pallet thing that I've got, and the wooden planks that I now have as well. Put those in, spaced out a little bit. Everything's off the ground then. Sort through everything and put them back. Including a lady, the lady that came last week and gave me €10 and said no alcohol, no drink, she signalled. And that's fine. Her money, was it last week? It might have been 2 weeks ago now. She gave me that money. That money went partly towards the new EcoFlow that I got. He says tap in the old EcoFlow. The new one that I bought from a friend. Her money went towards that, just to reassure. I'm quite sure she doesn't watch this because her English doesn't seem to be that. I'm not criticising. I am in no position to criticise anybody for their ability in a second language, or maybe even third in her case. I'm in no position to criticise, but I'm quite sure she doesn't know this YouTube thing even exists. But she came back this week and she brought me a quilt. She said she went to great lengths to say it's not new, but it's clean. And that's good because I don't know if you can see these. Can you see this? You see what colour this is? Now one of these is a lot, I've got two. One of them's a lot older than the other, but you can't tell them apart now. Karen wanted me to throw the old one away and she gave me another, and I ended up keeping the original as well. And hence, these are part of my 4 layers here. I have a good blanket here. Then I have a really old quilt where actually the cover is all split off, and I'm left just with the I don't know, is it cotton, polycotton? It might just be a polyester, whatever the hell that is, the filling. The outer is still here, but it's all just ripped to one side. Then I've got this one And then I've got a blanket thing over the top. And that's kept me lovely and warm all winter. In fact, now I'm starting to get to the point where I wake up in the middle of the night. I take Tina for a walk somewhere between 3 and 5 in the morning, and I step outside and I realise that I'm wet through with sweat. When the breeze hits and you realise that you're all sweaty. I'm fully clothed in bed, and then I've got these 4 layers. That was great during winter. Now as we enter spring, it's just that little bit too much. So I will probably take one of these quilts off, and given the state of them, the one that comes off will probably go in the bin. I would imagine. But like I said before, for the next week, we've got nights that are back down to single digits Celsius, centigrade, as we used to call it. I don't know why we changed. Why did centigrade become Celsius? I know it's probably the name of the bloke that made the scale, but centigrade is broken into 100. I mean, that's 100 gradations, 100 degrees. I don't know why we changed the names of shit. People keep messing with words. It's not my favourite thing when definitions or names of things change. I'm slow to react. The chocolate bar is still called a fucking marathon in my head. And it's been 36 years, I think. It's still I'm never going to call it a fucking Snickers. That's not even a word. Things have to have words. Galaxy, Milky Way, fruit and nut, whatever you want to call these things. It has to be a proper word. Snickers, it's not even a word. If you're talking about like the laughter, that is to snigger. Americans don't really like that word because it's too similar to another word. Not bothered how similar it is to an offensive word. Look is very similar to, innit? It's similar to that other word. We don't not use the word look because it's similar to, we don't, Snickers. It's not a word. Marathon, that's a word. It was a name of a place in Greece or whatever. All that 26.25 mile business, which I used to run once upon a time, just for fun. Smithy, hello. Oh, I miss Andy. Andy commented, roller and brush for cutting in. Okay, we are doing the roller. We are filling in whole walls or whole big areas to be painted. Yeah, you see, I mean, there's a speed about a roller, but there's a quality about applying it with a brush. I guess I'm just old-fashioned. There's also the spatter from the roller. Unless it's a modern fancy one with a cup around the bottom of it or top of it, depending which way up you are, to stop the spatter. There's probably all sorts of modern gizmotrons that I'm not aware of when it comes to this stuff. It's been a lot of years since I painted a wall. Can I say how many? The last one was when I painted the spare bedroom. Oh God, could I even say? So obviously it's not been the last 10 years while I've been here, and it wasn't the last 5 years while I was there. Somewhere between 15 and 20 years ago, I last painted either a wall or a ceiling. Did I paint the walls? I think I painted the walls. I think we painted over the wallpaper. We had a guy do some stuff in the attic, and he put his knee through the ceiling at one point. He was a plasterer. He repaired it all, but then it needed decorating afterwards, and yeah, memories, folks, memories. Did anybody tell me about their week? I don't think anybody told me about their week yet. I think I've told you. What have I told you about mine? I've told you about the new tarps, and I've told you about the lady bringing the quilt, and I told you about the kids throwing stones. I don't think there's really been much else. My friend Tom came and brought me some food the other day. He brought me a burger. He made a burger and some boiled potatoes. Brought them in what he calls Tupperware. It's an old ice cream carton, or whatever the word is, plastic tub, ice cream tub. This is the same Tom that's coming around at 2:30 in the morning. He'll be passing to go to the airport. Everything else, folks, has been, my day is taken up with managing my power. Because the solar panel's only bringing in 30 to 40 watts most of the, well, at the peak of the day, in those peak hours, 30 to 40. It starts, amazingly, I can be getting power somewhere between 7:30 and 8, depending on clouds and the weather. I get some power 7:30, 7:40, some days. Today, I got next to nothing until about 12. Very cloudy morning. And what was frightening is not the right word, but what was weird was the weather forecast all day yesterday. The weather forecast said today was going to be sun all day. And then I woke up this morning and they said cloudy until 2 o'clock. And you're thinking, okay, so there might not be any power. Now, I've now got the second EcoFlow, and the second one is fully charged. And going back to the issue that I was having, was that last week, where there was like a 10-watt difference between the old EcoFlow and the new. It seems to have stabilized. Maybe it had been running with low input with other people before I got it, and something had... So when I was connecting a static solar panel to the old EcoFlow, I was getting 40 watts. Just unplug it and plug it into the other, and it was registering 30. It's a big difference, 10 watts difference. But a few days later, there was just like a 1 or 2 watt difference between them, and you're always going to get. This was always. I always knew that these things are not set in stone. They're not perfectly calibrated. They're not perfect. You're not going to get parity between the two necessarily. And but 1 or 2 watts. Well, that I'm not going to quibble about that. But when one was utilizing 40 watts and the other was only getting 30. But the new one is fully charged and sat, and that's my reserve. That's my backup for those days where you don't get any. For those days where you don't get any power, which I thought today was going to be. We were going through the morning, and then suddenly there's a little break in the cloud, and I got 30 watts, but it didn't last more than 2 minutes, and suddenly we didn't have enough wattage to actually be charging the EcoFlow. And depending on which firmware you install, this is a weird one. It used to be I had to get to 40. If I got to 14 watts, that was enough to charge the EcoFlow. Anything less than that just passed through and was available on the USB ports. Charge your phone or something. Take advantage of those watts that the EcoFlow is not taking advantage of. Now it sits there on a morning with 18 watts coming in, and it's still not charging. It's just the firmware. But yeah. But I manage most mornings. I'll set the panel up where I think the sun's going to be, but there's this tree, and if it just catches this and there's a bit of shadow over like the bottom quarter of the panel, you get nothing. Slide the panel 30 centimeters that way, or a foot if you're using the Imperial. Slide it a foot to the right. Suddenly you're getting 25 and 30 watts, and the whole thing's lit up and charging away like Billio. So a lot of my time has been managing and fussing with that. See, first thing in the morning you need the panel almost upright for kind of as the sun gets above the horizon or above the trees. Later on you need a bit more slope as the sun rises. Then you've got to turn it around more to the south. Probably in every couple of hours. And then, have we got enough power for me to turn the fridge on? I call it the freezer most of the time. It operates as a fridge, really. I have it hovering around 0, plus or minus. I maybe get it to -3 or -4 on a late afternoon, then turn it off. Maybe give it half an hour in the night, and then in the morning it might be +3 or +4, and then I'm waiting to turn it back on when we've got enough power coming in. When I eventually, and I'm going to put the order in this next week, I think, when I get a new solar panel, maybe 2, I'll have more power than I know what to do with. Trying to scrap by with 30 or 40 watts coming in and making it and getting by is one thing, but it's taking a lot of my time to fanny about with it all the time, messing about, optimizing, doing that thing where you put that they say to take like an empty tin of beans or whatever, cut a hole in both ends, and you rest it against the panel, and you want to see no shadow to the left, right, or above or below. You want to keep it pointing right, optimized at the sun. But yeah, this week I'm going to put the order in, and I've got to decide whether it's 1 panel or 2. That's the decision. It's almost certainly the lightweight, flexible ones, because more resistant to damage. Even though this one lasted 2 years, eventually, I mean, it fell over lots and lots and lots of times when the wind got behind it and blew it over. But eventually, you had the one where it landed a certain way on a certain stone or 3. It's probably best not to take the chance, you know, just get the lightweight ones. They'll fall over and blow around more, but they're way less likely to get any realistic damage. I've seen a couple of messages coming in. I'm going to scroll back. I see Gary has arrived. There was Smithy arriving. Here's Gary in the Republic of South Africa. Hello all, and Mike and Tina. We have now power here at my new place. For 3 days now they stole power cables. Bloody hell. Are you still doing that rotating power cuts as well, though, that they do in are they still doing that in South Africa? What do they call it? Power shedding or power, I think shedding, wasn't it? And now we don't have wayward either, because the pumps have no power. Water. We don't have water either because the pumps have no power. Such a joke in this country. Just me, my dog, and my wine for the next few days. Have you got a few days off work? Lucky it's been sunny today. Mike, if you use mirrors, you can apparently triple the power of the sun if positioned correctly. Probably not with a panel that's shattered. And before it was shattered, it was running fairly optimally anyway. On a proper real sunny day, it would be between 80 and 100 watts, and it's a 100 watt panel. It will squeak up to 110. It would squeak up to 110. I've seen them with mirrors and reflectors, and even the white things that photographers use for bouncing the light. I've seen all that, but mirrors break in this field far more easily than solar panels do. I've had quite the collection of mirrors, Uh, if you do a search for only fan, two separate words, I think. I'd have to look. Only fan, no S, I don't think. Well, if you search my videos for only fan, you'll see this. I got this fantastic, huge wooden surround and this huge mirror. This was when I got when somebody had seen a piece of furniture by the bins and whoa, and just thrown it in their van and driven off. Then later they'd checked it and found that all the drawers in the chest of drawers had bottoms missing. So they came here telling me how fantastic. Here, I've got this thing for you. Here, have it. And I was like, it's a little bit over the top for a man in a tent. This big dressing table kind of thing, and then this big mirror. And she was like, no, you put your clothes in it. It'll be mine. Oh, okay. And then after she drove off and I pulled the drawers out and they're all baseless. She'd picked it up, found it was crap and dumped it on me. And I kept it in the field for about a year. It's just a surface to put shit on. Flat surfaces are at a premium. I've said this many times. A flat surface, anything with a flat surface becomes my dumping ground. That's why my chair over there is piled high. Use mirrors, yeah, position correct. No more load shedding. No, that's gone, has it? Okay. How did that finish? Have they brought more power stations online or something? Or fixed ones that were temporarily offline? 4 times a day for 3 hours at a time when you did have it. Frank Nadobity, hello my friend, hello. I'm wondering if Oscar's out there lurking. I realised today that Oscar sent me 2 emails, and I saw one of them, and I thought I'll get back to you, and didn't. And there's another one back there that I don't even think I'd seen, and it's been a while. If you're out there, Oscar, I am here. A bit of a hoarder. Did you catch the rock throwing hooligans? Asked Frank. No, I didn't have my shoes on, and my trousers, my waistband, the buttons popped off, the zips broken. Running after children with your fly open is probably not a look that I want. Bit of a hoarder. How were you in a house, DM? No, I've always been fine. I store things now out of necessity. You never know when you might need the resources that I have here. And I know that is like the beginning of the mental illness that becomes hoarding. What happens is someone will just turn up in the field and they'll hand me 2 bags of bedding or 2 bags of clothing or 2 bags of, and I've discovered that if you turn them down and say no, people get quite offended and can actually be quite put out and even a little bit aggressive. So now I accept with thanks. And sometimes I'll just put the bags in that end of the tent and not even look through them. Then a year later or 6 months later, I discover I've got things I didn't know I've got. I've got more blankets and more bedding than any homeless man should have. And this lady walked down here the other day and offered me a quilt. And I smiled, I said thank you, I took it. If I said no, I've got way more than I need, she would have been offended. So what I'll do when I stop using one of these ones in a week or 2, I will throw the old one in the bin. I will use a reduced bedding set because it's getting that little bit warmer. But if I'm still here next winter, I will have extra bedding ready and waiting. I might swap some of these other things out for like more lightweight blankets and things, but I don't think I'm a hoarder, like mental illness wise. I've had clean outs and thrown things away, and then like 2 or 3 weeks later needed the stuff that I've just thrown away. I've experienced that multiple occasions, and I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I'm fairly sure that makes sense. So yeah, I don't think that I'm a hoarder in that way. I have just collected a reasonable supply of resources. Gary says he's such a bad hoarder. Hold on, let me scroll back. People saying hello to each other. How are you in a house? Yeah, I was fine in a house. We were perfectly normal. I mean, it was a small house, 2 up, 2 down. In terms of bedrooms, actually originally it was built as a 3-bedroom semi, but it was built in the days before you had bathrooms in the house. We had 3 loos in the outhouse. Before we had to, we demolished that. That was part of the survey requirements. There was a deadline to remove the outhouse. By modern standards, it was too close to the house, and who needs 3 toilets anyway? So one of the bedrooms was turned into a slightly smaller bathroom with a wall put in, and the spare space was an alcove within the master bedroom, for wardrobes and that kind of thing. But no, we were normal. We weren't hoarders. No, not at all. Perfectly clean, tidy, lots of space. Things were kept neat, tidy, clean, not overcluttered. My computer magazines used to pile up. If anybody remembers Computer Shopper back in the day, this was a computer magazine about this thick, and 2/3 of it was kind of catalogues for different suppliers of computer goods. This was, if I say before the internet, well, before the web. I've got to be careful with my distinctions. The internet's been there since, I think, the 60s, but the web, 90s, 94. 94 it went public. Computer Shopper was a thick old magazine, and I used to keep 3 or 4 years worth. So I hoarded my computer magazines. I used to love just reading through the parts section, picking out what my ideal system this month would be. I would pair this motherboard with that CPU, with that RAM, with that sound card. If anybody remembers sound cards, fuck. Sound cards. Had to be a sound blaster, obviously. And then graphics cards later, when those became a thing. So yeah, I guess I hoarded computer magazines. I would look back through them years later. I'm not going to talk about that. I hoarded some other magazines because it was before the internet. Overlapping with the internet. Gentlemen, you know what I'm talking about. We shall move on. Gary was in Holland when most of the load shedding was happening. Fair enough. Andy saying hello to everybody. Frank, okay. Everyone saying hello to everybody else. Gary, I'm such a bad hoarder. I pick up anything I find and keep it. I do if I've got I don't even have to have an actual use for it like right there and then, but a potential. This big pallet I was talking about. It just looked like a big old wooden step ladder. I mean, it's like I said, 2 or 3 times bigger. I have to. If I had a tape measure, I would be measuring it to check that it would fit over there. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to cut bits off. I might have to cut it to fit it into the spare bedroom. I'm fairly sure now with the 2 new tarpaulins that I've put over. I'm glad that they match. There was a suggestion at one point that I use the 3 tarps that I've got. 2 of them are this greyy green colour. Do you know some colours you can look at and you can't, in the light, you can't, is it grey or is it green? Can't if is it grey, is it olive, what is it? Used to have some towels that you'd stare at and me and the wife would discuss, are they grey or are they brown? Bathroom towels. Weird. But anyway, some colours are like that. There's a discussion in science about whether brown is a colour. Or is it just dark orange? Something like that. You know how scientists are. They argued for years that bees can't fly. The aerodynamics formulas, body weight, wingspan, number of flaps. Bees couldn't possibly... Scientists would argue, they would tell you bees cannot fly. Or rather, they would say, we can't explain how bees fly. It didn't work. The maths didn't math, as the Americans might say. Anyway, where was I? Oh, whether this thing will fit in there. I think that's where I was. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be a hoarder, but I don't want to offend people who bring me things. Now, maybe I would wait later, sort through and maybe throw away things I don't need, or pass them on to other people. I don't know that many other homeless people, but if I've got 6 or 7 jackets laying around, and there's at least 5 more blankets over there that I'm not even using. Yeah. What else is over there? My next new tent is over there already. The bag it's in is fucking huge. I don't quite understand why it's that big. What else? My electric fan is over there. Various boxes, these big tote boxes, some of which are empty, but not all. Yeah, I'm not even sure what half of it is. Bedding mainly. Bedding's a big part. Oh, I was talking about my tent and the colour, the grey green. When we discovered, when I had it covering a quarter of the tent, when we discovered that we could move it back a rib and have it cover half the tent rather than just a quarter, which meant that the second one would cover the other half. So my whole tent, well, the north and south face and all of the roof are this grey green. The sides only come down I don't know, a foot or 18 inches maybe on each side, leaving the tent exposed, which is why when these kids are throwing stones, if they hit the tarp, that'll probably take most of the sting out of it. If they hit the actual fabric of the tent, if they hit the fabric of the tent, it's become frangible. It's becoming that brittle kind of thing that plastics do when they've been in ultraviolet for a year. The heat, the ultraviolet, the wind, all takes a toll on the, is it nylon, I'm going to guess? It has done remarkably well. Some of the wind storms that we've had, some of the gales that it's been through, some of the rain we've had, and obviously a year of Spanish sun. Now we did protect it for a lot of that with the old tarp, which did a hell of a job. But all things come to an end. That tarp died maybe 2 months ago now, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure. But knowing that I had these things laying around all this time. But what I didn't like was that if they didn't fit, if these two tarps didn't cover it entirely and I had to use the third tarp that I've got laying around, well, that's a bright blue. I didn't want the hodgepodge grey green, bright blue, grey green. That would have been less than ideal. Anything that makes it stick out like a sore thumb, more likely to attract attention. Whether that's from kids throwing stones, whether that's from the police, the Guardia Civil, whoever, whatever. Or just the neighbours. If it just looks janky, the neighbours are more likely to complain to the council, to the ayuntamiento, the town hall, or the police, or whoever. I actually got complimented on the look of the tent after the day after we put the new tarps on. I say new. One of them's been used before. I lent one to Joby, the English guy that was in the field here. When he came back, so he was here a couple of years ago, and he came back for a month. Was that summer last year, maybe? I lent one to him to put over his tent so he didn't have direct sun on his tent. He was too hot. And like I've mentioned, as soon as we put it on here, you could tell the difference. That afternoon, keeping the tent cooler, and then at night, keeping it warmer. You could really feel it instantly. Also, the wind blows straight through the fabric of this tent. I think it's meant to be a summer tent. So having an extra thick plastic layer, a ground sheet, over the top. I'm not, technically, what's the difference between a ground sheet and a tarpaulin? They've both got the eyelets. They're both thick, waterproof plastic. Maybe the ground sheet's thicker because it's meant for walking on or putting things on. I don't know. Don't know, folks. Let me scroll. Pick up anything I find and keep. So relatable. Yeah, anything that I find that I might have a use for. If I see something and I've got no use for, I'm not picking up. Like the bins used to have, people would hang bags on the side, and I'd always hope it was food. But if I got there and it was a pair of shoes and they were my size, I'm having them. Trainers, shoes, whatever. If I got to the bag full of women's clothing, I'm not collecting it for the sake of it. I'm leaving that shit alone. I don't swing that way. What else do I not collect? I was always hoping for food though. Planks of wood. I said about the guy throwing rocks at me that time with the fly tipper, and when I got there it was a bed, and it had the lats or slats, and they were good ones. They weren't the thin plywoody kind of shitty ones. They were the ones that are like an inch thick, solid, I think pine. Brought those back. They've all got screws in them that I need to take out, and those were going to be part of my flooring when I put this pallet. When I put this pallet across, the rest of the floors are going to get alternate with wood, no wood, wood, no wood, planks, no wood, no plank, and then anything goes on, sits on top of the planks, and any water that does it, any water that ingress that we do have, will be on the floor, and the blankets, the bedding, the clothing, the jackets, whatever I've got through there, won't be sat in a pool of water. What have I got in there? See that TV I've held onto for, how long is it now? 2 years. 2 years right about now. I picked up the TV about a week before I think I'd ordered the EcoFlow and it had not arrived yet. And on the way to the supermarket we saw a TV, and I can't remember. One of us carried the shopping and one of us carried the TV. Joby, this is when Joby was in the field 2 years ago. That TV, I've only turned it on about 4 times. At least 2 of those were just tests. I had one session of watching something like a film or something. I might have put it on one more time. I think I put it on once, played something from a pen drive, like played music or something, or an audio book, and then turned the screen off. Amazingly low power usage when you turn the screen off. It has an ability to keep the audio going, but just turn the screen off. And if you've got it in that mode in eco, it's like, was it 15 or 20 watts? I might break that out this summer. If I get 2 solar panels, now that I've got 2 EcoFlows, I'll have enough power to power the freezer, the fan, and the TV most of the day. Unless I put the slow cooker on. I would have still loved to have had an EcoFlow Delta. That has a greater power output. That could have powered proper heavy duty devices. The slow cooker, I think, is the highest usage thing I've got, and that runs at something like 85 watts. Does it? Yeah, I think so. When it's on high, I think it's supposed to run higher, but I think it maxes out the EcoFlow. I think that's right. I'm going from memory. Try to remember the limits. I don't actually remember the specs of the EcoFlow anymore. I kind of had it so long, taking it for granted. It's just there. But the EcoFlow Delta would have been my dream machine. You can run a microwave or whatever with that, an electric kettle. The electric kettle wouldn't draw full power. Electric kettles draw just over 2 kilowatts. I think the Delta can output about 1500 watts, maybe a little bit less. But things like resistive heating kettle, they don't. If they're given less power, they'll just run anyway. It's not a problem. Just take longer to boil. And I've got a gas bottle anyway. I don't really need to be boiling water. But microwave though, that might have been an idea, eh? Or what's the other one? They didn't exist when I moved out here, and now everyone talks about them all the time. These fryers. What air fryer? Air fryer. I'd never heard of an air fryer when I moved to Spain. They either didn't exist yet, or they just weren't popular enough yet. Now they're everywhere. But that's too much power for my little, for my River 2 or River 3. So we'll have to see on stuff like that. Gary collects the vapes, uses the batteries. BigClive.com does the same. The disposable vapes have rechargeable batteries in them. I think because of the testing within the factory, they have to run them down and test them and then top them back up again. So Marie, she has a friend like that. Yeah. Computer Shopper was awesome. It was a fantastic magazine back in the day. With all the reviews and the specs, the lessons, and covering terminology that maybe for the beginner articles were always useful. Even as an experienced computer guy, you could still you could still find hints and tips in the beginner sections that you'd somehow either forgotten or not managed to pick up. Um, the CD-ROMs, that might be a bit later. The CD-ROMs that came with it, with the shareware and sometimes actual proper full versions of programs sometimes. I got the Encarta Encyclopedia, which came, I think, with 5 CDs at the time. Also some full games and things that came out. What was the one? Star Wars Rogue Squadron. Rogue Squadron I got from a cover disc. I can't remember whether that was Computer Shop or one of its kind of competitors. That might have been nearer 2000 by then. Yeah, CD-ROMs weren't really a thing until 98, 99. And that was a big thing. Every month, technology improved. You had a 2-speed CD-ROM. So it went twice the speed of a normal CD. 4-speed, the month after, 8-speed. And what do you end up at, like 32 and 40 speed CD-ROMs? And then CD-ROM wasn't good enough. You need a CD writer. And then later CD rewriters where you could erase them and redo them, not program, but rewrite to them. There was something new almost every month, it seemed like. Bigger and better and faster processors. As the megahertz and gigahertz started to clock up. And your megabytes of RAM. Well, kilobytes and then megabytes. And eventually gigabytes. All that. You see, it was an era of big change, new devices, new things all the time. I was obsessed with those PDAs, Psion with a P, Psion. I was looking at those. Also, because I was a typist, I was looking at electric typewriters or word processors with little mini LCD screens where you could type your whole line, review the line, edit the line, and then say, right, now type the line, print the line. So many developments in so many different fields. Later on, digital cameras and things. Even monitors. VGA, XVGA, was it? Or was it XGA? God, I don't, VGA, SVGA, XVGA. All those different resolutions and yeah. And then somewhere again around 99 or 2000, suddenly it became flat panel monitors all over the place. I had clients who went from having big 19-inch CRT cathode ray tube monitors that went back. They were deeper than they were wide. And they were throwing those out, throwing out 19-inch and buying 14-inch flat panels. Made no sense to me. But then the LCD, bigger, bigger, bigger. All those computer magazines back in the day. Frank says, my dad was the fellow who would have three parts vehicles for spares to keep one going. He would rather reuse a part than buy a new one. Yeah. Sound Blaster still go, is it really? Can you still, what? So the built-in sound chip on my computer's rubbish. I can buy a Sound Blaster and upgrade it. Don't they all come with bloody Dolby 5.1 super surround? I don't know. What's to upgrade? I don't know. Some things just reach the pinnacle and there's nowhere else to go with them. I don't know. Karen enters the chat. Hello, Karen. 2316. Is that now? That's now, isn't it? You're just arriving. 2316 it is indeed. Okay, let me just grab... I'm still on my first coffee. We're only an hour and 15 in, so hopefully this will still be warm. Not as warm as I would like because I put the cold milk in it. I discovered this morning I've got more milk in the fridge than I knew about. Again. I keep doing it, folks. I'll stand bottles and cartons of milk in the freezer part, which is the biggest part of the camping fridge freezer. But then I'll put flat things over the top. I've got sheets of fresh pasta in a packet, obviously. Also some wraps, tortilla wraps, or whatever you call them, fajita tortilla wraps, whatever they're called. I get confused because tortilla means something different in Spain. That's an omelette. It's Spanish omelette, as we used to call it. That's gone. Good. Now can I reach the other one and bring the other one down? Excuse me, folks. I'm sorry if I'm crowding the camera a bit. Got to get the. Let me see how hot this is. Okay, it's still hot, but it's not as hot as it normally would be in that particular cup. Normally hot enough to burn me when I switch cups. Ah well, we'll see. I remember getting my first real PC 2001 with an NVIDIA graphics card and a Sound Blaster card, CD burner too. You're a youngster, aren't you? First PC in 2001. I was at uni, so it would have been 94, maybe 95. Guy called Mark gave me his. I got like a hand-me-down. Used that for 6 months or a year, and then oh god, get this. Okay, I bought one. What was the company called? I bought a PC. I bought a tower and monitor and the whole works. We had a big round, like the pine table I've got outside now, big round pine table. We had one of those tucked under the stairs in the kitchen on a small little terrace house. And that was where my computer sat, and so that's where I sat for many hours playing Doom. Was I playing? Yeah, about that time. The original Doom. Wolfenstein first, Castle Wolfenstein. No, it was just Wolfenstein 3D was the first one, wasn't it? Wolfenstein and Doom. But when I wasn't playing, when I was just doing like university, college work, doing my essays and things, I had this really screaming loud dot matrix printer. Oh man, the neighbours must have loved me. When I've got an assignment to be handed in the next day, and I sit there while 3 or 4 in the morning typing it all up, not just typing it, but making it up as I go, and then it gets to 3:30, 4 o'clock, and I hit the button and start printing it out on the dot matrix printer. Oh man, that made some noise. Jeez, that made some noise. And 94. I was at uni 94 to 98 with a sandwich year, a year in industry in the middle. That was a hellish year, that. Commuting to Manchester and back. I got paid, but not very much. We were a statistics department. We were doing a lot of maths with tax and things, and uh, they ordered a laptop for the department. You didn't get a laptop each, or they ordered one for the department, and it was $5,000. They needed a top-end processor and all the RAM and the big hard drives. $5,000 for that laptop. This was at a time, folks. This was at a time when the debates in the computer magazines were along the lines of, will you ever be able to buy a computer for under £1,500? That was the big debate around 94, 95. And a few years later, will you ever be able to buy a computer for under £1,000? And obviously we know how that went. Cheaper, 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 cheaper. More powerful and cheaper. Moore's Law and all that. Are you on the coffee? I am on the coffee. All that old computer stuff is obsolete. Kind of. I mean, some people have working models of them still. There's a niche market for trying to properly run old games on the period correct hardware. There is. People even going out, what they call them, tube TVs now. The old, we just used to call them TVs or monitors. Cathode ray tube, so just tube TV. Andy's going away from keyboard. Hi and bye all. We'll have ears on. Okay, mate. Get on with the decorating. Don't make a mess. Don't splatter it on the carpet. Where was I, folks? I'm sure I was mid-flow. I was talking at least. I don't know why. Trying to run. Oh, it was computers and stuff, wasn't it? Sound blaster cards. So. Where was I? Someone tell me what I was talking about. Karen asked if I'm on the coffee. I am still at the minute. I have got. There is an open can sat here. Ismo popped in earlier, so I did a kippis, which is cheers in Finnish, to Ismo. So I have the ability to switch between the two. I wanted to make sure I had coffee tonight, so that I've got. Tom is stopping by roughly 2:30. He's on his way to the airport and he's going to drop off a bag of remnants from his cupboards, and so I need to be awake still at 2:30. I'm not sure whether I'll still be streaming and just take a 3 or 4 minute break just to catch him and wish him all the best, or whether the stream will have ended and I'll take a walk up the field maybe. Not sure what I'm doing about that yet. We shall see. But I mentioned earlier already, Karen, about your visit and how you and yours helped me put the 2 tarps up on the roof, and what a difference. Have I told you what a difference it made? I've told these a lot. I might not have told Karen yet. Instantly that afternoon, it was cooler in the tent, and the next and overnight it was warmer in the tent. Frank said, yeah, the cost of computers in the mid-90s versus how cheap they got in the mid-2000s. Yeah, it was that whole Moore's Law thing, wasn't it? Getting twice as much for half the price, or whatever adjustment they made to Moore's Law. Computing capacity and doubles and the price halves, or every 18 months or something, whatever it was that they went with. Marie thinks that computers are useless. Is that what I'm reading? Computers revolutionized the world since the 90s. The entire world's changed. That supercomputer in your pocket, the one that I'm using now to talk to people all around the world, for free, essentially for free. It's incredible. The quality. So what have we got? We got in here. It's a phone. It's a video camera. It's an internet modem-y thing. Oh, it's just so much more. It's all just all the apps and things. It's your maps. It's a translator. It's all the things to all the people. It's a games console if you want it to be a games console. What else does it do? It does all the calculatory. It does all of the diary and the word processing. It's everything. And it just fits in your pocket. And at the same time, it's ruined society. Doom scrolling, just what's next? What's next? Twitter and double-edged sword, like everything. Everything's a double-edged sword, except when it's a triple-edged sword. Ambassador Kosh, the Vorlons, Babylon 5. The truth is a triple-edged sword. Yeah. Karen says exactly what I said, lol. Which part? Are we talking about computers? Are we talking about putting tarpaulins on the tent? Okay, folks. I still... Oh, the old stuff is useless and not supported now. I'm a pre-Windows person and my email ID is from 92. Oh, pre-Windows. I can talk to you about pre-Windows using Lotus 123 and in DOS / worksheet global format. Well, you don't type it /W. It was the first letter typically. / /WGF on whatever, yeah, all of the things. You could either format a row, a column, the whole worksheet, the specific cell, and the / was the beginning to get you into the menu system. I'm very much pre-Windows. Word came out on DOS, and then it was called WinWord when it came out on Windows. Word for Windows was winword.exe. I did love Program Manager. The original interface, the Windows, well, 3.0 and subsequent 3.1 interface, and multiple document interfaces where Word could have 3, 4, 5 documents open at once, and they collapsed. They folded down, but not to the taskbar. They folded down within the Word interface. And then you could either tile multiple documents or just collapse them all down to their individual icons. And then Word only took one icon up on the bottom. There wasn't a taskbar at this point. Taskbar didn't happen until Windows 95. Yeah, all the generations of Word of Windows. All the way, I think from 3.0 upwards. Certainly 3.1, I remember. Was it 3.11 that was Windows for Networks? I think it was 3.11. '95 was good. '98. Oh, I was saying about how I bought a computer. I bought this computer. Oh, the company's name began with an S. I took it apart the first day and broke it. It had all the labels, warranty void if you go beyond this, and then they did that stringy cobweb plasticky stuff inside so they could tell if anyone had been in and broken any of the plastic. And of course I went digging around inside, didn't know what I was looking at really at this point. 95 maybe. Still, I had this one that my friend had given me for a few months, uh, but then I bought my own scan. Yeah, don't remember. Um, but yeah. Suddenly, I've taken the side off. I've had a little poke around, and now it won't boot. Man, I learnt so much in that next hour or two. um, Again, was this pre-internet? The internet existed. Was it pre? The web existed because I was using it at uni, but I don't think we had it at home yet. Oh man, when we did get the internet at home, I ran up some fucking phone bills. Oh, looking back. Oh, yeah, when your monthly phone bill's like 120 quid. Because initially you paid a normal phone call charge. Your dial-up internet was expensive. When you're on for 3 hours trying to download an album, 10 MP3s that are maybe 3 megabytes each. That's a good couple of hours download back in those days on a 56. It wasn't even a 56K modem to begin with. 14.4, then 28 something, and then 33, and then 56K eventually. I stayed at 56 for a while, I think. Then we started to hear whispers about what was that one called that Dixon's did? Free serve. Free serve. Was it Dixon's or Curry? One of them. And a couple of years later, we started to hear about DSL or ADSL being an option. And it was rolled out so slowly across the UK. We waited forever for ADSL. All from C prompt and dial-up IRC chat, go for search, etc. Yeah, remember the days well. I was more of a Usenet news groups kind of board. IRC, Internet Relay Chat. Never really did too. I dabbled, but never got too much into that. Oh, look at this. Okay. The guy that wrote the code for endless scrolling with all these feels tremendous guilt about what it's done to society. Well, it's not just that. The companies that implemented it, the social media networks in particular, they employed psychologists and to trigger. I'm going to say dopamine. I don't know if that's the right one. I think it is dopamine, isn't it? The reward centers and pleasure centers. So yeah, okay. His technology did but it was the malicious implementation by the large corporates. I don't think he should feel too bad. The guys who who employed psychologists to trigger those pleasure centers in the brain. Oh, I got a like. Oh, I'm gonna keep all of that. Those are the bastards that we want to hang from a lamppost. All from the sea prompt and dial-up. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the stuff, like pin and finger and stuff, all still works. I don't know about Windows, but Linux has still got all of that. All your net stat and I haven't brought up a command prompt in Windows in a long time. I don't know what's still there or not. Especially when they tried replacing DOS with, I don't remember what it's called. That thing with the blue background and a totally different language. What was that called? We had this discussion maybe a few months ago. What's the programming? What's the command line programming language now? DOS is probably still there under the surface, but there was that thing that was a little bit like Visual Basic that they tried to make. By default, it comes up with a blue background. I can't remember whether it's white or yellow writing. See, I remember CPM on my Amstrad CPC 6128. Going way back before proper PCs. I'm back now, when am I? 1985. But CPM. Control, what's CPM stands for? Control something or other. But that I think that was an early Unix variant, because you were piping the results of one command into another. I don't even know. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen a pipe symbol on a keyboard in years. I wouldn't even know where to look. Frank used WordPerfect. You'd select a font and it would change on the screen, but wouldn't change. Oh yeah. Yeah, word processors were like that. If you wanted to put make something bold, it was the caret, the circumflex, the caret and B, and then at the end something similar. Maybe even just the same symbols. And you look at it, and you had to select preview to get the proper WYSIWYG. You know, what you see is what you get. So while you're typing, it didn't look like the final document. You had to hit a key command to get an actual preview of what the output will look like. Then you print it and something's gone wonky and you got to go back and print it, change it and print it again. Oh yeah, I remember the days before WYSIWYG. Okay, yeah, America local was different. So as I understand it, local wasn't as large an area as our local in the UK. Our local area codes covered quite a large area, really, but we're charged. There was no free local calls, not until much later. We had a campaign group. This is, as far as I know, this is the only campaign group ever set up that announced, right, we've achieved our goals and we're disbanding. They were called CUT, C-U-T, the Campaign for Unmetered Telecoms. And the idea is they wanted internet access to not be per minute. You just pay a flat monthly fee and get all you can eat. And once that was achieved, when ADSL came out, and that became, so ADSL, asynchronous digital subscriber line, if I remember correctly. What was the one before that where you could buy two dial-up lines, and join them, synchronize them, use both at once? That had a name. That was a stopgap between your standard dial-up People did that while they were waiting for ADSL to be rolled out. Asynchronous digital subscriber line. There was a word for it. Yeah, it took forever. But once ADSL was rolled out, and it became quite common that you just paid a fixed monthly fee. You had to run around and buy all those crappy filters, so that if a call came in on your phone line, it didn't cut off the internet. Those were the days, folks. Those were the days. Yeah, we paid for local calls in the UK, but local was a much larger area. Frank, he says, I only got around 26.4 kilobits with a little beat, maybe 28 on a 56 kilobit modem. Oh, Karen had to go. Idiots letting off fireworks, and she's got 6 dogs with her over here in Spain. Well, the Spanish love their fireworks, don't they? What can you do? Whenever the fireworks are going off, you have to ask yourself, is there a football match or something? So Frank got about half the nominal speed of his modem. It's one of those, isn't it? Depends how far you are away from the exchange or whatever. We used to do all right. What got me was when there was a thunderstorm nearby and everybody's modems stopped working. And you had to go buy another modem. I made some money fitting new modems for people after thunderstorms as well, though, so I kind of can't complain. Yeah, you know. Oh, Marie's an Apple girl now. Apple girl. Okay. No going back, but the logic is still the same. The answer is always on the screen. And the problem is usually between screen and chair. Apple, I'm not a big fan. Productivity-wise, like if you're using them for business and you can justify the expense and the lock-in to the ecosystem, I guess it can be justified. So the big thing was like desktop publishing once upon a time, and later on graphic design and web stuff to an extent. But I never liked Steve Jobs' attitude. I didn't like him as a person. Didn't like his attitude to business. If you can make a thing at a price and you could sell it at this much and make a good, decent profit, then why sell it at that much just because you can? And then you've got the question of shuffling money between countries to minimize taxation. Then you've got him hiding in bushes outside Apple stores, and if a worker arrives 2 minutes late, sacking them without asking why they're late or how often they're late. Just if he happened to be hiding in the bushes outside that store that day and you arrived late, that was you gone. Even the way he ripped off his own partner, Steve Wozniak. I mentioned this one a few weeks ago. Steve Jobs was working for Atari, and he was supposed to be coding the Blockbuster game. You know, the one where you've got the paddle at the bottom of the screen and the ball bounces up and it hits the bricks at the top and the brick disappears and the ball bounces back down. Steve Jobs had been assigned the task of making that and given a price for it. Can't remember the exact numbers, but he went to his pal, Steve Wozniak, And he said, I've got this project. We can do this, and if we do it, we'll split the fee. We'll split the. And he told it, yeah, no, we're getting, I don't know, let's say $1,000. So your half will be 500. Just finish it off, make it work. And was found out years, like 20 years later, he found out Matey Boy was getting paid like 20 grand for this game. And he told him it was 1,000 and split the 1,000 with him. So he only got the numbers I'm pulling out of my backside, but you get the principle, that the idea. He lied to his best friend and business partner, like by 20-fold or 40-fold, about the amounts involved. Not a nice guy. He had a kid that he denied for years and years and years, until like 30 years later when DNA tests proved it. Sociopath or psycho. I'm not sure on the socio versus psycho. I can never get my head around the distinction between the two. They just sound the same to me. Every time I read up on what's the difference. Apparently one doesn't see the emotions and the other one sees them but doesn't care, maybe. Is that a real distinction? I don't know. Yeah, no, I mean, Steve Jobs, Apple, great products. The morality of the company, I can't. Never appealed to me. Oh, the other one. When they were complaining in the 90s about Microsoft wanted to make like an online store where you could buy what you would now call apps. We call them programs back in the day. And Microsoft wanted to take like I think a 15% cut. And Apple complained about this abuse of monopoly. And everyone said, if ever you were in that position, you'd abuse it. And when they got their app store going, they take 30% of everything. They complained about Microsoft wanting 10 or 15%. I don't know. In a lot of ways, I wish the iPod had never worked. And before that, what was the transparent one? The all-in-one computer with the translucent blue plastic sidings. iMac? They kind of stumbled along and were going out of business, more or less. And then the iMac worked around 94 or 95. And then they stumbled along and we're almost going out of business. And then the iPod worked somewhere around 2000, maybe. And then they stumble along and they struggle and they tried the Apple Newton and all of that other rubbish that never worked. And then the iPhone was revolutionary, worked, and they've never looked back since. If only the iMac had not happened. Or the iPod had not worked and then they could have just gone out of business. I don't know. Karen's dogs are fine, just barking. Frank couldn't get on the Apple bandwagon. It didn't make sense to eject a floppy. I had to put it in the trash bin. I remember those awful filters didn't work well with some of our older cordless phones when I was growing up. Yeah, the filters on the phone sockets to separate the normal. So they separated the audio into, if I remember right, initially it was into 9 discrete bands or zones. 2 of them went for voice and the rest was for the data. They probably changed. I know it's only twisted pair within the wire itself, but the audio itself was broken into zones, regions, categories. I don't know how you would describe it. Bands of wavelengths. I'm not sure, is that even a phraseology? Yeah. If you didn't use them, or if one of them stopped working, which again could happen after lightning, if one of them stopped working, suddenly you get a phone call and your internet drops out. My phone is Apple, but I'll always be a Windows user. I've progressed from Windows 3 all the way to 11. Did Karen say she's going? Did I miss it? Oh, do you know what? Oh, I've done it again. I'm in top chat rather than live chat. Folks, don't be an idiot like me. In the there's a little settings icon above. I don't know if it's a cog for settings or if it's the hamburger menu. Above chat, you wanna select what's the wording? For me, it's live chat. All messages are visible. Don't be in top chat. It hides some messages. Yeah, fine, just barking. Oh, I think Karen's still here, unless I'm missing something. I think everyone in America just uses iPhones, don't they? I don't think many Americans use Android. I'm lost. There are messages I don't understand. Breakout, later called Alleyway by Nintendo. Yeah, it was Atari that Jobs was working for at the time. All messages, that's absolutely where you want to be. I work with many people who don't like iPhone and prefer Android. Then what's the hang up Americans have about WhatsApp? There's this thing of like, oh, I don't use WhatsApp, I'm not poor. It's like a meme in US circles as I understand it. Although there's some shame about if your messages turn up in iChat, is it called? I don't know, that might not be right. The colour of the bubbles for whether you've sent a text message or whether you're instant messaging properly in whatever the Apple chat thing's called. Excuse me a minute, folks. Itchy eye. Oh, itchy eye. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, no, there's as I understand it, a lot of people in America, there's like an embarrassment about what colour your iMessage. Okay, there you go. It's blue. Anything else is green. Yeah. So depending on whether your message is iMessage native, or whether it's coming across in SMS or whatever. I discovered recently that my phone package doesn't give me free SMS anymore. If I want to send an SMS, there's a charge. Because nobody uses it anymore, because everyone's using WhatsApp or Messenger or whatever other equivalent messaging apps there are. They're dropping SMS from the standard phone packages, and if you do send one, you have to. It's an extra charge on your bill. Yeah, WhatsApp. Yeah, just have. You find this on YouTube. Someone will send you a message and they've tried to disguise themselves as the name of the channel that you're on, but they obviously substitute weird characters or whatever. And then they'll send a message saying, WhatsApp me on this number for a prize or for a discount or yeah. What's Karen? That poor woman had to watch her chicken being dragged about. I am not aware of the phenomena. Speaking about poor women, let's go a little bit serious. The Spanish lass that did the euthanasia bit the other day, only young, nothing wrong with her illness-wise. She had a big court battle about whether she could have assisted euthanasia. She'd been gang raped. She'd been forcibly dragged off to a youth centre, a place for kids who misbehave, kind of thing. And while she was there, they decided to start housing asylum seekers in the same place. So kids and asylum seekers in the same place. What could possibly go wrong? A spot of 3 guys gang raping her is what went wrong. And basically she could never get over it in however long it's been, and it's haunted her and she can't get past it, and she used mental illness or mental distress as her reason for voluntary euthanasia. Karen's got to go again. More fireworks. Good night, Karen. Go look after the doggies. I know that if we get them here, I have to cuddle my doggie because she pants and drools and shakes and tries to push through the fabric. She tries to get so far into the corner of the tent. And I'm not sure what the attraction of the corner of the tent is. I guess it's backs to the wall, kind of. I don't know. Fortunately, we haven't had any for a while. I don't recall hearing any for a while. We have cars backfire and motorbikes backfire. What we do have is at the petrol station at the top of the road, the garage at the top of the road, people take the car mats out of the footwells, and they have posts to smack them against. And some people are particularly particular about how violently they hammer their car mats or car carpets, whatever you call them, against those posts. Reconnecting. I was just saying about how people smack the car mats out of the footwell against these posts. That can be louder than a firework sometimes. So my Tina girl doesn't really like those noises. Water ruins fireworks. You have to get close enough, don't you? Okay, folks, let me get through this. We're coming up on 2 hours. I will, for anyone who's just dropped in and doesn't know what you're watching, I guess we've got 16 here and 12 or 13 of you are lurkers. Maybe some of you are new and just watching what's going on. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero, maybe. Down and out in Torrevieja, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a tent in a field. It's quite the magnificent tent as well. It is. This one's a 6 berth. The last one was an 8 berth tent, but this one's 6. Supposedly sleeps 6. I wouldn't like to try it. There would have been some 3 in the bed stuff, maybe. Certainly 3 in a bedroom, times 2 bedrooms. Nice lounge area in the middle. The program you're watching is a TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast once a week, detailing the events in my life, the successes, the failures, and the other happenings in my life as a tramp was the tagline or advertising line. That's kind of dropped into, it's kind of just been dropped, hasn't really happened for a few months. I think we had some bad weather, we got behind, and I never got caught up. And but this is not that. This is less structured. This is just a hangout, just chatting. It's just you and me. Come and talk to a tramp. You know you want to. Maybe. I'm a Brit trapped by circumstance in Spain for the background of who, how I'm a tramp. Here's Scotty. Hello, hello. Hope all is well. Yeah, we're getting by, mate. We're getting by. We've had the odd incident in the week, but on the whole, it's good. Pros and cons, pluses and minuses. But yeah, we get by. I got Tina just starting to dream and twitch and kick at me, I think. I won't wake her up by shining a light on her, but she's just, we're laying back to back at the minute kind of thing. Well, she's laying against the back of my legs. But yeah, all is good. All is good. I'm just trying to finish this coffee. It's over 2 hours, and I put some cold milk in, so it's not as hot as it would ordinarily be. But it tastes nicer than they normally do. If you don't drink milk for ages, you find it's very, very sweet when you do drink some. So together with the sugar that I've put in and then the sweetness of the milk, I've had other people tell me that Spanish milk is sweeter than the milk back home, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's just that they haven't had any for a while either. I can't think why one country's milk would be sweeter than another's. Unless it's getting messed about with somewhere in between production and delivery. Why not tea, Delta Mike? I've never really been a tea drinker. I know the Brits, we have a reputation for the tea drinking, but I've always been a coffee. I've always been a coffee person. My dad was tea, my mum was coffee, and I just, as a kid, I think the tannins in the tea I always found a little bit too bitter. Well, I mean, obviously, tannins are bitter by definition, but too bitter for my young palate at the time. Now, if I'm at someone's house and they're making tea like as a definite thing, if they're not asking, do you want tea or coffee? If they're just cup of tea, yeah, okay, yeah, and I'll drink it. I don't like hate it, but I do. As a general rule, I will favour coffee. I have tea bags here, by the way. I mean, I do have tea bags, multiple different types. I think I've got some ginger ones over there. So we're going all herbalicious over there, but not. Milk comes down to the diet of the cow and how it's processed. Yeah, I would have thought so, but can one set of grass be that much sweeter than another set? I don't know. I know not, and I know nothing. Okay, we're 2 hours and 4 minutes in, which means it's what, about 5 minutes past 12 my time, I believe. I just knocked with camera. I do apologise. Phone. Okay. Google's telling me it's going to get warmer over the next 5 days, which is strange because the nights aren't getting that much warmer. Let me just have a look at this. The last time I looked at the weather forecast, the nights were in single figures all this next week, apart from one night. The day might get warmer. Let's have a look. Where are we? What's that? Is that a Twitch thing? Which dog is live? Really? That's probably gaming. Hold on. Let's. Where are we going for the next few days? Oh, okay, so daytime temperatures have been around 15 and 16 just recently. Daytime temperatures are going to rise up to 2021 midweek. Still not great, but it's warmer. But the nights, what, 9 degrees, 7 degrees. Mainly single digits at night. A couple of days there, 12 and 10. So not fantastic, but not too cold. My mate Joby was struggling with the cold a little, with the cold nights a little while back. But he got talking to someone last night who gave him, I think, 25 euros and came back with some bedding for him, quilts and blankets and things, I think. So my mate Joby's doing all right. Oh, wait, he's doing okay for money and for... oh, he's doing all right for money because I gave him 100 last week, didn't I? When I bought the EcoFlow off him. But he's doing all right for bedding and staying warm. But he's struggling to buy he wants to buy a small foldable solar panel. And he was hoping to just walk into certain shops and buy one, like camping shops or electronic shops. But they didn't have the kind of thing he's after. He's after something for just 30 or 40 euros. Amazon have them. He bought a gift. He doesn't have a payment card or any way of. He doesn't do PayPal or any of that. So how do you turn cash into an Amazon purchase? Some shops you can buy a gift card. So he bought himself a gift card. He reclaimed it. It went on to his Amazon account. But when he tries to buy something, some things it will allow him to buy, and other things it demands he prove his ID. He hasn't got any way of proving his ID for their satisfaction. So even though he sat there with money on his account, he can't make the purchases that he wants to make. That's awkward. That's awkward. I kind of have a similar... Well, my issue is more the delivery. I don't have any of those Amazon delivery boxes nearby. They're 1.5 kilometers or almost 2 kilometers that way from my nearest Amazon compatible delivery boxes. I haven't got a better word than box. So when I make a purchase, I have to try and say the man in the field opposite Repsol. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When it's looking dodgy, or if it's an expensive item or delivery, sometimes I can get a friend to take delivery on my behalf. But I don't like to put up on people too much, so I try not to do that. Got to be Yorkshire tea with a bag left in, says Scotty. I'm not too fussy on when I do drink tea. I'm not. You know, I was always all right with the PG tips. Does Thai food still exist? You only get an oo with the gnu. So you don't even call them a gnu anymore. It's now a fucking wildebeest. So that's ruined the. That's ruined the rhyme. You only get an oo with Thai food. Does Thai food tea exist? Let's find out. You come here for the education, folks. Some of you won't even know what I'm talking about. What's a gnu, you'll be asking, and what the fuck is Thai food tea? Thai food, like typhoon without the N. Thai food tea bags. Okay, Thai food tea still exists. Still available. Yes, Thai food tea still exists. Following administration in November 2024 due to financial troubles, the historic 120-year-old British brand was acquired for 10.2 million by Manchester-based wholesaler Supreme plc. Production's moved to, yeah, it's not going to be the same thing then, it's going to taste like shit now. Whenever another company buys something and has to restructure, it's double O in typhoon. Oh yeah, well that's like typhoon, but without the N. Yeah, I was right with what I said. What about the GNU? Now I've got to type it. What's my query? I'm going to get rid of all of everything apart from just typhoon, and then I'm going to type GNU, GNU. Classic ads. I'm a GNU with a cup of typhoon. It's 1970s. These ads are from, folks. In 1970s Britain, singing tea-loving GNUs were a common sight. You see that they've stopped calling GNUs GNUs. Now on the savannah, is it the savannas? The African plains. GNU animal, and it says underneath, wildebeest. Wildebeest, spelt the way it is, that's got to be South Africa. Beast with a double E. Eastern and Southern Africa. They belong to the family Bovidae, which includes true antelopes, cattle, by which I think you mean cows. You see, cows are really interesting. It's the only animal we don't have a name for in English. We do not have a name for that animal. The word cow just means female. Bull means male. But male what and female what? What animal is that? See, there are bull elephants and a female elephant is a cow. We don't have a word for that. You can say cattle, but cattle's kind of a broad term for... What's the animal? Why do we not have a word for that animal? So Scotty said, got to be Yorkshire tea with a bag left in. Have I ever told you that I once worked in a snack bar, a cafe, Rita's Cafe in Morecambe, which is inside a slot machine arcade, Johnny's slot machine arcade. Might even be called Johnny's Pleasureland, maybe? Rebranded, possibly. Anyway, people would order cups of tea and they'd say leave the bag in. And then later on, after they've left, you go to like wipe the table down and they've just thrown the fucking tea bag on the floor, the dirty bastards. If you do anything to do with the public, serving the public, I was just the dishwasher upperer and table wiper downer. My wife, we might not even have been married at the time. My girlfriend at the time was one of the two. There was Rita, and then there was my wife Jan, or girlfriend Jan, doing the cooking and stuff. When it got really busy, I might help with serving, with taking stuff out, just wipe down the tables, clean stuff, and then wash the dishes. But yeah, people just throwing the tea bag on the fucking floor. Regular occurrence. It's not like, oops, once a day somebody drops it. They take it out of their cup and throw it on the animals. Dirty fucks. Proud to say a cheese producer that's a customer for us took home many awards during international cheese competitions. That's nice. Yeah, that New England, don't you have there's quite a lot of cheese producers in that area. I can't remember which state specifically, but you got quite a bit around that area, as I understand it. The better cheeses, the ones that don't end in Jack. Why do all American cheeses end in Jack? I don't know, but it's a weird. Not all. I'm exaggerating, but yeah. Just onto Barry's tea from Twinings. Didn't Stephen Fry, I think, was pushing Twinings, advertising Twinings. I don't know much about them. I've never tried them, but yeah. Okay, folks. I don't think anybody told me about their week. I keep asking, and nobody said what kind of week they've had, or what kind of temperatures, or whatever you've had over wherever you are. Oh, I think Gary, is he still here? I haven't seen him in a while. Are you there, Gary? Gary RSA, great Gary as well, or greatest Gary, I believe, when you click through to his channel. It used to be. Back when YouTube used your longer handle rather than your longer channel name rather than your short handle. Oh, I'm about finished with my coffee, folks. Tiniest little bit left. And we're done. I can crack on with the beer now, yeah? Now it's the weekend. Oh, I'm getting a bad back. What am I doing wrong? Partly. I think it's a doggy pushing against me. Hey, babe. Oh, can I move? Oh. Let's see what I can do without disturbing her too much. Hey, babe. Hello, you. I'll give you a cuddle. You're toasty warm. Alright. Are you okay? I think you're okay. Oh, steady, steady. It's just me. Just me. I'll wake you up. So cute. It's so cute. I didn't mean to wake you up. You're getting a cold ear. I think she's still asleep, really. I think she's still asleep, just about. Just try not to wake her up too much. Okay, folks. Excuse me. I need one of those cough buttons. Mute the microphone while I cough. So what else happened this week? Let me have a look back through my notes and see. Ask away if you've got any questions, as long as it's not about GNUs. 80 kilometers per hour maximum speed. What's that in English? 50 mile an hour. Oh. I bet they can't do that for very long. 50 mile an hour. Weighing up to 270 kilograms. That's a little bit more than me. Oh no, I'm only 100 kilograms. I was thinking pounds. Why is a wildebeest called a GNU? Originates from the Quequo. Okay, that'll be a tribe, yeah? Name for these animals, which was GNU. It's Yorkshire. T apostrophe GNU. GNU. Have you ever told you about my granddad and playing I Spy? I Spy with my little eye, something beginning with T, he says. And we sit there, whole family, extended family, aunts, uncles, fucking whatever. 2 hours later, we give up. Toven. Fucking oven. The oven. Toven in Yorkshire speak. Fucking hell. Oh, Samson, what the fuck are you doing, lad? Toven. No wonder we couldn't get it. Toven. I lost the thread there. Hold on, I went off on one. Is the G silent in GNU? The answer is a video. Why can't you just fucking say yes or no? I want to know the answer, but I'm not sure. Will I get... I'm not going to get copyright struck if I press this button, am I? Let's hear the pronunciation of GNU. That's an advert, you fucker. I don't care about your advert.
Please name or this word, as well as how to say more confusing vocabulary that many mispronounce in English, so stay tuned to the channel to learn more. New is how it is said. The G is silent.
Oh, get fucked.
New, it's easy once you know. New, and now you know. Like this video, if you found it useful, it helps me immensely. Much appreciated.
Okay. I don't like that answer. The Taifu adverts lied to me. It's a new, not a GNU. No, I like the hard G. I like the hard G. Anyway, the answer to the question was yes, Taifu tea does still exist, or at least the brand exists. Whether it's the same when it's been taken over by other people, I've got no idea. Okay, folks, I can now. I'm about to. I'm about here on this can. It's been sat here for probably 3 hours or more now. Yeah, we're 2 hours 20 in. It was already open before we. It was low before we start. I've only had 2 sips of it, I think, all night because I was on coffee. But now I can join you. Now it's the weekend. The weekend begins here. Cheers. There'll be probably one more good glug from that before I open the. I think. Oh no, it's not the last of that particular brand. These were brought to me by Karen and family. Hockster, would you say? I know it's backwards for you, but you see the O with the umlauts. Hochster. I'm going to go Hockster. I'm assuming German naming. I think I've seen this brand before. I don't see any. There's an address on there that's Barcelona, Spain, but that sure as heck ain't a Spanish name. No idea. Normally you can find out like brewed under license in Belgium or Holland or whatever. But no info. I know nothing. Okay, nobody's talking to me in chat, or my chat's frozen, one or the other. Nobody's talking to me. Okay, folks, you're leaving me stranded a little bit. I was about, before I went off looking at Thai food tea and stuff, and how to pronounce GNU, which is not GNU apparently, just to rob me of more of my childhood, along with Jimmy Savile and Rolf Harris. I've now lost GNU. Is there anything left of my bloody childhood? Where was I going? I was going looking for the my notes from the week. I haven't made a summary. Do they need to synchronize between the different devices, maybe? It says not. It'll probably bitch and say, yes, it does need to after I go in there, but yeah, it will. That's not. You're a cunt. Come on, synchronize. Nope. When you've got a notes app that works across 2 devices and one of them refuses to bloody synchronize. So I'm going to be scrolling through an out-of-date version, then it's going to pop up and tell me, oh, you've got a clash. Different versions on different machines. So, what happened Monday? Nothing. all that power management stuff, sliding panels around, optimizing for slope and direction. My mate Joby tried to redeem his Amazon voucher and struggled because he wants to confirm his ID and maybe his address as well. Not sure what that's about. Yeah. Oh, the solar panel fell over again, but this time onto grass, so no harm done. Into Tuesday. What happened Tuesday? More of the same. Moving panels, turning freezer on and off, just trying to keep things on the level. Oh, Karen came around. Karen, this is Tuesday. Karen brought me bacon butties and a batch of water, a case or two of beer, which are the ones that I'm just here now with the last. I've got the last 3 here, I think. Those are from Tuesday. So look, bacon butties. Oh yeah, some bread and some tomatoes. On later the same day, my friend Tom, who's going to pop around later tonight or early in the morning, depending how you want to look at it. He came around. That's when he brought me the burger and the very peppery boiled potatoes. Those were lovely. On the same day, that's the lady who came around and brought the duvet, the quilt. Comforter is as near as I can get for Americans. I know they're probably not quite the same. I think a comforter is just a solid filling, like a solid thick blanket, I think. I don't fully understand. Whereas a duvet is more quilted, it's padded in individual either rows or squares or sections. But quilted, it's a thing. Stuffed squares or stuffed, yeah. Can't explain. Don't know why we use duvet as a word. We used to call them quilts or continental quilts back in the 70s when they first appeared on the scene in the UK. Anyway, that was Tuesday. Into Wednesday. What have we got going on Wednesday? I don't think there's much. More power management, freezer on, freezer off, all of that kind of stuff. I asked myself, because I was managing to get by on power with the panel only working at half strength. I was asking myself, if this is kind of good enough, what's it going to be like when I get a proper panel and we're up to 100% again? Or if I get 2 panels, what am I going to do with all the extra power? That's when you start fantasizing about running the slow cooker at the same time maybe as the fan and maybe the TV. I've only got the one power outlet, so I would need double or whatever adapters, maybe a 4-gang extension. Someone gave me a 2-gang extension once upon a time, but it was the wrong plug socket. I had the plug socket I had that had was just a solid circle, so it was not earthed, and the socket on the EcoFlow's got 2 little ribs sticking into the circle, so you couldn't put a proper circle in. You have to have one that's got the little cutouts that's keyed that says that yes, I'm earthed. I think I got that the right way around. So you have to, just thinking about what would I do when I get proper power. This is when I had my evening nap. Fell asleep about 7:30, 8 o'clock, and woke up way too late, halfway through Scruff Dog, and yeah, I missed it. I missed the first half. Yeah, into Thursday. See, nothing much happened Wednesday. Into Thursday. Do you know what? Have I not mentioned when did we put the? Do you know what? Just going back to Tuesday when Karen came around. I didn't mention putting the tarp on. Is that when it was? I'm lost. It must have been. I don't think she's been twice this week. Unless I'm really forgetting. No, I never even made a note that that happened. That's bad, isn't it? That's weird. Anyway, okay, we were about to start talking about Thursday. This is all. What else happened Thursday? No, what happened Thursday? We didn't get into it. All the usual stuff. Managing power. I was a little bit late to get the solar panel in the correct position. It was 10 to 8 before we started getting any power. But oh, I left the tent door open and it was blowing around and it had a rip across the bottom and it got caught on the camping fridge freezer. And the wind was trying to pull it out, but it was caught, so it was ripping more and more. So I had to do a running repair on that. But while I was there, there's some other places that were going through and that had little rips and little. So I spent half an hour just fixing the door of the tent. I did quite a good job as well, really, by my standards. A little bit later, my friend Colleen called around. She brings me the newspaper most weeks. And I had a really... So I've been saying that lately my head's been a little bit cabbage. I've been struggling with the various quizzes and crosswords and puzzles and Sudoku and... No. It all... I was shit hot this week. Everything, just everything. Couple of missing answers on one of the crosswords. Yeah, there's one in particular I can't get, and I think I might have got one of the other answers wrong, which is putting a wrong letter in, making it more difficult for me to spot the missing. Either that, or it's just a really obscure word that nobody really knows. I can't pattern match and fill a word in. Once upon a time, I made a crossword solver. I had a website, the solver. Did I have .com? I definitely had .co.uk, thesolver.co.uk, and I made a. It would help you in two ways. It could do anagrams. It would solve anagrams. So like Lancaster is an anagram of ancestral, and it would you put a one word in it, it'd give you the whole list of all of the anagrams. But you could also do the A blank blank B blank blank Z or whatever, and it'd give you all the words that match that pattern with the wildcards in the middle. I ran that for a few years, but that's gone. When all my money ran out, all my hosting disappeared because I wasn't there to pay the bills. Yeah, I lost all my emails from, 10, 15 years of owning, well, I almost gave it away there. Firstnamelastname.co.uk. The real first name, last name. Again, for anyone new, I am not really Mike. My first name is not Delta. My first name is not Mike. Delta Mike is the NATO phonetic alphabet, the radio communication stuff, for DM, my real initials. So, just so that nobody ever thinks that I'm hiding anything or trying to confuse anybody. Somebody once suggested I was on the run from the cops because I don't give my real name. It's not that at all. Okay. Did we say we're into Thursday, yeah? Tent door flapping around. Colin came round, yeah. Oh yeah, she brought a chicken carcass for Tina. She does that every second or second week or so. Again, Thursday or yesterday, as we used to call it. This is when I thought I hear kids coming down the road. Tina gets uneasy. Then as they get closer, I think they sound like women because of the high-pitched voices. So I relax. And I'm sat on I was sat down at that end of the bed anyway, and this is when two of them look in through the door and kind of freeze. The third one throws a fucking stone, doesn't he, little shit? Throws it with not enough power. It doesn't it bounces off the floor, hits the mosquito net, which was kind of not fastened, not zipped shut. So it does just come inside and drop on Tina. So it's run out of all its steam kind of thing, but it does hit her. And I'm obviously not happy about that. So I go out and shout at them for a bit. And I watch them as they try to they tried to go around. They went down the bottom of this track, down a cliff, across the cove, up some stairs, and then they cycled back around. But I heard them coming because they're not particularly clever. They make a lot of noise chatting and giggling amongst themselves, and then as they get close, it goes quiet. So if I hear someone talking all the way down the road, that's usually just benign. That's just someone passing by. But if they're talking and then it goes quiet, that's usually someone up to no good. So that's when I start flying out of the door. And yeah, I faced them off and they ran away. Then they sat around on the main road at the top for a good half hour. And this is when I made the video of them running away and hanging about at the top of the road. Little shits. I'm hoping somebody sees it and recognises them and either tells their parents or the cops. But I can't call the cops. When I call them, they don't turn up. If you remember when I had that 2-hour stand-up fist fight with that guy at 4, 5, 6 in the morning, I called the cops twice on the emergency number. And do you know how long it took them to respond? I think currently it's running at about 6 months. Still waiting. Does anybody remember when you called an emergency number and they had to respond? Yeah, no. Okay, so that was after they ran off and I sat there for about 2 hours with my shoes on in readiness. And indeed, we'll get to it momentarily, but same today. It got to that time when I might be expecting them. I had my shoes on, I was all ready. Trousers pulled tight. I fastened the string a bit tighter than normal, ready to chase the bastards. So this morning, this is one where the last time I'd looked at the weather forecast, it said it was going to be sunny all day, and I woke up and it was cloudy. And the weather forecast had updated to say it's going to be cloudy, kind of until mid-afternoon. Fortunately, everything was fully charged. Tablets, both EcoFlows. I'm prepared now for a day or two with no sun. Yeah. Eventually, we get a little bit of sun, and then the afternoon actually ended up pretty good in the end. That's kind of been it, folks. I've had trying to have a nap this evening. As I said before, I try and have a nap before doing these TrampCasts, and my nap just wasn't working. So I have an alarm set for 9:25 p.m. 21:25, and so that I've got half an hour by the time I stir and get up, go make my coffee, take the dog for a quick walk, bring the EcoFlow over and plug the wires in, get the lamp connected, all the things. I was still awake at 9 p.m. and then I fell asleep, didn't I? So I've had quarter of an hour, maybe 20 minutes of actual sleep, of an actual nap. And like I said earlier, that's not real. That's entirely fucking psycho. That's because I'm talking about sleeping, and now I've got to stay awake while 2:30 because my friend's on the way to the airport. I'm going to drop off, I don't know how much, but a few things that he's got left in his cupboards or fridge. He's not going home for too long. I think it's a week or 10 days. He's not specifically going home for Easter, but he will be home over Easter, I believe. Off to Ireland. In the meantime, I've got other Irish friends who are coming out for Easter. I think. I haven't heard from them for a little while, but let me just make sure this is empty. It is. And I don't need this one for the tripod. Let me... Oh, okay, I put that bin bag out. Okay. That one can go there then. I shall gather that up in the morning. Let me open this one. I got this. This was the one that was intended for drinking. Did I just get the screen? I'm not sure. This was the one I was meant to be drinking through this. I thought that one would have been gone way before we started. So I've sat around with a beer can open for about 4 hours now. Ridiculous. Be ruining my reputation. What kind of alky has a beer can open for 4 hours? Is nobody... Hold on. I'm suspicious about the chat not working. The last comment was from Frank Nadobody about Twining's tea. Somebody just type something, just to let me know there's somebody out there. I'm not just talking to myself. Just hi, just anything. Otherwise, I'm just sat here prattling on, and I don't know why. We got any topics, folks? You got any science topics? Do you see the one with the Nobel laureate that thinks we're in the wrong universe? I didn't read it in depth, but haven't we been saying it for a while? We blame the Large Hadron Collider. The moment they switch that fucking thing on, the world's gone to fucking shit. Sorry, I was going to try not to swear tonight. I forgot that. Try, you know, I wasn't like promising anything. This is annoying me. The fact that I trimmed my tash badly. I just took the scissors and I did it outside. No mirror, no phone. It's a little bit crap. Like I said, I'm going to take the hedge trimmers to it. I'll have to check that they're still charged. I haven't, obviously I haven't used them in a while. But as far as I remember, they hold on to the charge fairly well, so that'll be all right. UK Richie, hello, my friend. Are you just dropping in, or are you responding to my plea for someone to just type something into chat? Appreciate you being here either way, mate. Kind of week have you had, UK Richie? Yeah, just got here. Okay, so you maybe didn't even see me. It seemed like ages since anybody had typed anything, so I was asking people just to type anything. And as if by magic, there you are. You must be the shopkeeper from Mr. Ben. As if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared. I think I downloaded all of those a while back. I think so. I also downloaded the first 5 episodes of the Magic Roundabout. I have quite the eclectic video collection. Quite the... Andy's still here, but you were away from keyboard doing a painting. Don't get paint on the keyboard. Or terps. Is it a keyboard or are you on a screen? I don't know. Is it a computer that's nearby? Laptop maybe. Or it could just be a phone or tablet. Don't get terps on the tablet. Oof. That's probably not good. Which is worse, paint on a keyboard or tapes on a tablet. Just been to see a Depeche Mode tribute group. They were very good, but my ears are ringing. Depeche Mode. I know that I always liked their sound. Can I name a song? Name a song or sing a lyric? I don't think I can. I've got half a tune rattling around the back of my head, but I haven't got any words to it, and only half a tune. You're on mum's phone. Mum's phone or my phone. On my phone. Brave browser in desktop mode. Okay. I don't. Okay. The only thing that I ever use the actual browser for on my phone is not Twitch, the other one. Come on. A video platform. Rumble. The Rumble app is not authorized for Spain. I don't fully know why. I tried sideloading one, but the version I got wouldn't work. It kind of loads and then doesn't load any videos or do the things. So I end up loading Rumble in the browser. I think that's the only thing, other than when you're clicking. I don't know what that screen's called. You're on the home screen, and you swipe everything off to the right, and you get a list of kind of Google. It's like a Google feed of stories and video, random shit. Your interests. I don't know what that screen's called, but does it have a name? What is it called? But sometimes you click on stuff there, and it opens in the. Oh, it just says Google. It doesn't name it. You know what I mean, though. You're on the normal home screen, and you drag everything off to the right, and there's this screen of. It gives me the weather, and it lists stuff about 3 or 4 football teams that I follow, and then it starts showing some YouTube videos and just some other random articles and shit. But it's tied to Google Chrome. I guess internally it is a Google Chrome page, probably. So when I click stuff, it will. If I actually go into Chrome, I'll find that I've got like 30 tabs open, and I've never deliberately opened them. They're just random shit that I've clicked on over the months. Yeah. I don't often deliberately load a browser page. Brave browser. Is that the one it blocks all sorts of advertising? Isn't there also like a crypto? Don't they pay you to use it in some way? There's a payment incentive tied to crypto, maybe. But the biggie is that it's supposed to block more adverts than other browsers, if I'm remembering correctly. Not sure I've ever used it. I was a big Firefox fan back in the day for many years, but I believe that they dropped behind. And then Internet Explorer switched to using the Chrome engine, didn't they? Well, it's not called Internet Explorer, is it? What's it called now? I don't even remember what's Microsoft's browser called. But they switched to using the Chromium or the Chrome engine, and I don't even remember. God, my memory's terrible. For a web designer that used all these tools all the time, I can't even remember the name of the tools that we used to inspect elements and to Edge. That's the one. I don't remember the name of half the tools that we used for testing loading speeds and total page load times and load sizes, file sizes in total, and whether things were caching or not. I do not remember the name of any of the tools that we used. Was there one called something like Lighthouse, maybe? Google had some good tools. There was the inspect elements baked into most browsers. Don't know. Don't remember. It's a long time ago now, isn't it? I've been in Spain 10 years. And probably a year or two before that since I did any serious work. It's not that long ago. It's only a few weeks ago I couldn't remember what Ajax stood for. Yeah, they're the same rendering engine as Google Chrome. They took the open source kind of Chromium package and made it their own. And for a while they were bundling and releasing some of their customizations and feeding back to the Chromium project. I don't know how well that carried on. Microsoft are not the biggest supporters of open source. Famously, Steve, what was he called? Ballmer? He said that open source was a cancer. And then by way of kind of, apology is not the right word, but trying to make amends and get back on with the open source community, a bunch of us were invited down to the Microsoft headquarters. We had a Joomla conference in the Microsoft building down. It's not Pimlico, but it's over that way. Yeah, big glass building. Don't remember what year that would even be. Let me give it a guess. My best guess would be 2012, maybe 13. Maybe. About a year after I went to Kerkrade, however it's pronounced, over in Holland, the Netherlands. Sorry. Microsoft Edge, yeah. I liked Opera. Firefox was my weapon of choice. Opera I often dabbled with, but I spent more time setting it up than I did using it in the end. Each time I try it out, the amount of time it takes to get things set up the way you want in a new browser. Even if you can import, I was a big one for using the favorites or bookmarks, whatever you want to call them. But then browsers started getting fancy where you could open stuff in a side panel or have two pages side by side and save a tab collection. So gather a bunch of tabs in one master tab and save whole collections. So instead of having like, I would end up literally with 50 or more tabs open at once. Instead of doing that, you'd save tab collection. Then you could close them, kind of store them, and then switch between tab collections. But of course, something would go wrong every now and again, and you'd lose the whole bloody collection. Start again. Usually, an update would come along, and there'd be a glitch, and it would error out your tab settings or savings, your tab groups. And of course they'd just go, oh, whoops, sorry, here's an update, we got a fix. Yeah, but that doesn't bring back the fucking 20 tabs that you just binned off. I don't know, folks. But all these days, I use Firefox, but it seems few other people are still using it. Yeah, I mean, I think they lost their way for a while. Where did all their money, Firefox's money, was it pushing, was it Google or Wikipedia? All their money came from, I think it's from Google, the default search engine and the default, these different things. That's where their money was coming from. And I think they got too much in the pocket of these companies, whether it was Google or Wikipedia, I can't remember. But and there's some big money involved in being the default search engine in these things. There's big money there. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go do the wee thing, folks. I will be back in about 2 minutes. If you can stick with me, um, I'll have to mute the microphone, but it's not that far away, you see. But I'll be back within 2 minutes. Sorry about that, folks. That took a little bit longer than I expected. I won't go into too many details, but I had to go and empty a receptacle afterwards. Give us a second just to rearrange the bedding. All right, we're back. Who's with us? I see we've got 10, 11 people here. We got 13 thumbs up. If you haven't hit the thumbs up already, folks, I don't think I've asked yet. It's my first request tonight. If you haven't hit the thumbs up already, it's appreciated if you consider it at least. Firefox seems few people are still using it. Yeah, that's the Mozilla Foundation, isn't it? Yeah. Like I said, I think they lost their way business-wise for a while. I think I'm not sure where they are at the minute. I'm way out of touch. Like I said, I've been out of the game for. I've been out of the web development game now for. Well, when I moved over here to Spain, I was still doing it. I was doing it like as a consulting role. I had my own company still at the time. I had employees, and I was there when they were stuck. But over time, people left. More and more was falling on me, and I wasn't really that interested in doing it anymore. Web development is a difficult business because you're dealing with customers who don't know what's involved. You get a lot of requests of, oh, I've got this great idea for a website. It's kind of half eBay, half Facebook, half Twitter. You know, they've got these grandiose schemes. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, we probably need about 20 grand a month. Oh no, I've only got £1,000. Yeah, those guys didn't build. They didn't build eBay or Facebook or whatever else I said, Amazon or whatever. They didn't build those for a grand. No. Even the people who are running actual websites that have been in existence for 4 or 5 years or more. Often it's one person in a company who's been, oh, Fred's left and now you're in charge of the website. And they don't know anything about websites. So they ring you up with an idea for something and they've got no clue what to expect, what's involved. Can you just change this and make this be that? And instead of doing this, have it do that. It's like, oh yeah, I can reprogram that. Yeah, it'll take about 3 months and cost. Oh, I don't know. I mean, as a ballpark, somewhere between 10 and 15 grand. Oh, I haven't got the budget for that. On the flip side, public sector inquiries. Guy calls and asks for some relatively minor tweak to the website. I want a new feature adding, and you're like, oh, well, it's okay. With the content management system, there are these plugins available, and we just drop them in. We'll change the colors, and we'll make it. Yeah, no, we can do that. And you give a quote of like 4 or 5 grand. Like, oh, well, what it is, you see, it's February, and April's coming up soon, and I've got 50 grand left in the budget. I was looking for something. I was looking for something 10 times more. And you can't, how do you turn that around? After you've quoted 4 or 5 grand and then you hear the guy's looking to spend 50. Oh, okay, let's talk. Maybe your requirements are a bit more expansive than I was understanding. You can't, once you've given up that smaller number, you can't upsell from there. That's, we had those inquiries a lot. And sometimes you catch one and do well, and sometimes you don't. I think I've told it. Yeah, we can make you a really shiny one for 50k. You try, but once you've anchored yourself. When you've quoted that much, he's then thinking, oh, no, I'm gonna have to. He's thinking about how he's got to spend this 50 grand. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna have to go away and think of something more bigger, more biggerer and betterer. Yeah, I lost a few by coming in way under what they were anticipating. I learnt to try not to give a price and to try and ask them to ballpark their budgets, but some people are cagey negotiators, and they won't give you that information up front. If you tell someone, oh, I've got 50 grand to spare, then no matter how minor the adjustment you want making, suddenly it's 50 grand, isn't it? Yeah, you don't. On the flip side, my first ever customer was a Japanese electronics multinational. I still don't understand how I landed that one, but I did, and we did the job, and we made well on it. Two customers in my first day of, not exactly my first customers. I'd been doing this malarkey for a while as a sideline, and I put a message out one day saying, hey, from now I'm going to do, I'd been teaching people, I'd been building computers, repairing computers, teaching people in their own homes, and making websites for kind of some of the larger local businesses. But once I said, this is it, I'm going to focus, I'm just going to do this now, the Joomla content management system. We're doing this, and that's all I'm doing now. I made that announcement, and I got two customers the next day. One was an American company that made templates for the system, for Joomla. They bought half my time. They asked, "What's your hourly rate?" Okay, we'll take half your hours. We'll take 20 hours a week at your rate. Okay, job done. And the same day, I went out, came home, and there was a message on the, what do you call it? I'd say answer phone, but there was no answer phone on the, you know, when they leave a message and you just dial whatever to retrieve your messages. Mailbox, voice box, call, whatever that's called. And I got this. It's such and such from such and such, and I couldn't make out what he said, so I just called the number. So I got a call. I can't quite make out the name of the guy. I said, but my company's. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. That'll be the IT. That'll be the. Okay, put me through to the IT manager. And yeah, it's matey boy from, and the name of company, but I can't. I don't think I can say. I might have said it in the past. I'm not sure. But a Japanese, someone who makes printers and other computer peripherals and things. A Japanese, very large company used to sponsor a football team in the Premiership. I think it was Portsmouth, was it? Maybe. 3 letters, kind of a red square with white lettering. Anyway, I say no more. But yeah, Japanese multinational electronics company. The UK outfit had thrown in with a Europe-wide corporate intranet that never came off. Over budget, never delivered kind of thing. And so they'd blown their budget and they wanted a UK corporate intranet. And I built that. Oh, let's reword that. They built it. I consulted, advised, and helped when they got stuck. It's probably a better way of putting it. I did the initial groundwork, the initial installation and setup and whatever of various components and add-ons. But I've been out of the game, like I said, I've been out of the game a long time now. So for anyone who doesn't know, Joomla, Joomla, they were, I don't know if they still are, but they were second in the marketplace to WordPress. WordPress had the advantage, although being technically open source, technically being owned and run by a corporate entity, a company. Whereas Joomla was basically a charity with volunteers. And different emphasis, different way of working. So the 3 biggies: WordPress, Joomla, and Drupal, which I believe is Dutch for droplet. Hence their icon. I always thought it looked like a blue flame, like a man with like the British Gas kind of logo, but it was a water droplet apparently. Who knew? I think we all knew, but yeah. Yeah, we can make you a really shiny one. Quoting is always the negotiation and especially just the initial inquiry. It's kind of an art form, and most of our customers were somewhere between 2 and 10 grand, depending on what they wanted. A lot of inquiries, a lot of customers would just fix it. They've already got their site and it's fix this, or how do I do that? Can you help? The database seems to have crashed, and just go in and connect to something like PHP My Admin and just tell it to optimize tables, or correct a crash, re-index a table or something, shit like that. But so yeah, a lot of fix this meant that I'm looking for something to do this. Can you recommend a module, so components and modules are like blocks and whatever those other. There's a more standard terminology now, but we had some big name clients, international peacekeepers, United Nations bodies, major departments within the NHS. Magazines. What else? Oh, the people that did the Symbian operating system. Penrillion. I don't know. Look, I'm reminiscing, folks. I'm not really talking about anything in particular. I am. But yeah, that when you get the inquiry from the public sector, and we landed quite a few, but we fluffed. It's me. I fluffed a few on the initial. But I thought I was going high, suggesting like 5 grand, 4 or 5 grand, whatever number I plucked out of the air. And it was never a firm. This is just like an initial inquiry. Oh, okay, you want this, you want that, and you want it by then. Wow, I would suppose we would be looking at somewhere between this and that. Never, and oh well, it depends. But that would be my initial. We'd have to do a feasibility study, or whatever fluffy wording I could come up with on the fly. And you'd offer to do some. Well, here's what we could do. For somewhere between 500 and £1,000, we can over the next month we can knock together like a mock-up of what we think you're looking for. You tell us whether that's okay or not, and so you pay for that, and whether you go ahead or not, you've spent that money. But if you go ahead on the whole project, obviously we're already part way there. So we knock that off the total fee that we give you, and there's an art to that whole getting customers on board, keeping them on board, and then maybe trying to just up the ante a little bit once you've got them. And the real money was in the support contract. Once you've built it, okay, you want to retain. We would advise, or we would recommend a retained support contract. Yeah. So ordinarily, random person then wants £100 an hour for our expertise in solving whatever your problem is. But a retained support contract will knock 1/3 off that. Actually, it was 75 and 50 with the figures initially. We worked up to 175 or 160, something like that, for the retainers. But that was where the money was. For the first 2 or 3 months, they always made sure to whatever number of hours it was, whether it was 5, 7, 10 hours a month, they made sure they were keen. They always had some work to be done that was roughly that number of hours that they've signed up for. Then they kind of, things happen. They're busy elsewhere. They're not, and you're taking that retained fee. Now you're doing backups. You're doing backups. You're checking on things. You're checking on the server. You're optimizing databases and doing the doing. There's a certain amount of base work that's in there. I don't want to make it sound like I'm just robbing people and taking off them, but they forget to come to you with things that need doing. Every second or third month you chase them. We haven't done anything for you for a while. What do you need? Yeah, just to reassure you, we've got your backups here, and here's a link where you can download them anytime you want. You do all that, but it's a lot like the gym membership thing, where people pay, in January when they're all keen, and by February or March they don't go again until they renew next January. That's where the money was, folks. That's where the money was, in the retained support. I think that's the same with a lot of things. It's like if you have a lawyer on retainer. They're making the money and doing nothing most months. Well, and that was the other deal. Yeah, the other part of the deal. So you've paid for X number of months of hours each month. Okay, but when those don't roll over. If you don't use them, they're gone. And then if one month you suddenly want twice as many hours work doing, okay, you've got X number as part of your retainer, but the other hours are then charged at the full rate. So it's in your interest, you tell them, it's in your interest to assess and go high on the number of retained hours, so you're not getting stung for the full fee on the other hours. And you say all this knowing that they're probably not going to use the hours most months. That's business, folks. But they get the reassurance that should their website go down at midnight one day, where they're working on it within minutes. Clients got my home phone number or personal phone number. If ever they were stuck, obviously email or whatever is the preferred, but emergency, there's my number. You've got my name was above the door, first name, last name, Consultancy Limited, and you got my number. If you were stuck, I was there for you, whatever time of day. But yeah, pricing for the public sector is really difficult. You didn't know whether they were coming in and wanted it low and cheap, or whether it's January or February and April's around the corner and they've got hundreds of thousands to blow. I always found it intriguing when the public sector were using free software. I mean, it's good for the open source kind of community. But you got to wonder. See, when I started doing content management system kind of websites, one of my first customers was a hospice, and I did this thing like, I can't remember whether I did it for a half price or a third of the price. They'd been approached by someone, by a company, a big company, and the sales pitch was basically, this is to the hospice, you can't afford our content management system. You can't afford it. But if you and 9 other hospices can get together, then we can sell you this for just 10 grand a year each. So they have to go out and coordinate and find other hospices, and that was a sales pitch. And the price was X number of thousands of pounds for the initial install, consultancy fees while they built it out and put their own content in. And if they wanted more than one person logged in at a time, there was a per chair license fee for however many people might be logged in and working on the site at once. Real money-making scam they'd got going there. So when I come along and offered to build them the whole website for 1,500 or whatever I did it for, they couldn't believe it. I was a 10th or a 15th of other quotes, of how other quotes would have worked out. Content management systems were expensive back in the day. The idea of logging into your website and editing your website through the website itself was really new. This would be was it even 2000? It might have been. Maybe just after. And it wasn't Joomla at the time, it was Mambo. Mambo used to win all the open source awards. When Firefox and these other things were up for open source awards, Mambo would win very frequently. Later on, there was a fallout between some developers and Mambo was open source, but it was backed by a company, I think an Australian company, who'd almost gone bankrupt, and so they'd kind of open sourced it to get developers in, but then they tried to do a rug pull and said, no, this is ours. You just, there was some shenanigans, and there was a fork, and all the Joomla developers took a copy of the code, as you're allowed to do with open source, took a copy and branched, and it wasn't even called Joomla for a while. I don't remember what it was called. It didn't have an official name, but there was a project website and everything. So Joomla apparently was Swahili or something like that, and it kind of had two meanings. It meant like coming together or one from many, and it also meant something like sentence or paragraph for the same kind of reason. Multiple things coming together to form one. Or so we were told at the time. I've no idea whether that's true or not. I don't know Swahili, funnily enough. I'm gibbering, folks. Where is everybody? Who's out there? Is anybody actually listening to me? Is anybody there? Knock once for yes and twice for no. Cheers, folks. Thank you for joining me on this Friday night into Saturday morning. Meatloaf backwards almost. How are you doing, mate? Letting me know that there's somebody out there at least. UK Richie was the last person to post prior to that. I kind of gone off on one about Joomla and Mambo and web design and content management systems. But yeah, I was pretty good at what I did. In fact, not to boast, I was the most expensive Joomla, I wouldn't say developer, and I wouldn't say website design is not quite the term. They came up with a word later on for people who build websites just by taking all these different parts. You install Joomla, you install these different components and modules and bots and things, install a template, configure it. I can't remember the word they came up with. Because technically you're not designing, you're not really developing, as in programming, although we did actually program and make our own components and add-ons and things. It's a word like constructor, or it's not aggregator. I don't know. This, the whole kind of computing and software industry has fractured and come up with lots of different names for lots of different things, like user experience developers and there's user experience and what's the other one? User experience, user interface designers or developers. Integrator, I think, is the word they came up with for people who take all these different parts and build websites for clients. Maybe reprogram and fix and send the fix back to the original developer. We did all that. But then we grew more into security over time. Yeah, folks, Tramp in a field, computer programmer and a website designer, developer, whatever. But like I said, you people who buy or manage or run websites, a lot of them aren't technical enough to know what they're talking about or what they're asking for, and it becomes very it grinds you down that you're dealing with people who don't know what they're asking for or about, and they're way off. They're so far off the mark with their expectations for what they want delivered and how little they want to pay. Can you build me a cross between Facebook, Amazon, eBay, and Twitter? Yeah, I've got £1,000. Yeah. What do you do? Okay, folks. Talk to a tramp. Come on, you know you want to. That's why you're here. We're 3.5 hours in, more or less, and I've got to make it till at least a 4-hour mark because of how YouTube processes these things. But I've also got a friend stopping round at approximately 2:30 in the morning, so that's about an hour from now. I don't know whether I'm going to pull the plug at the 4-hour mark or whether I will kind of just put you on pause for 4 or 5 minutes while I run out to meet him. It is just a quick say goodbye, and he hands me half a bag of whatever food or whatever he's got in the fridge or the cupboards before he heads home for a week or two. That's all it is. Just a handover of some goods. Probably would look suspicious to anybody from outside. Me running up the field to greet a friend and just take a bag off them at 2:30 in the morning. Or him come down the field to deliver half a bag of goods. Food. We're talking food, folks. Don't get any ideas. Probably half a pack of biscuits, some cheese, and a couple of tomatoes or something. Probably. I'm guessing. What are we going to talk about then, folks? Come on, we got to pass some time here. You're going quiet on me. If you don't come with that, I'm going to go delving for my science stories. If you've got nothing specific to talk about or questions to ask, we got any lurkers out there? Anybody who's new, wondering what's going on and has questions? Why are you a tramp? Why are you in a field? What kind of asshole ends up in a field? Are you an alkie or a druggie or a psycho? What's going on? All the usual questions that people ask, or accusations that people make. I've heard them all. I'm used to them all. Feel free to ask. I try not to get too offended. Occasionally happens. That's not the... Why am I looking at that? That's not what I'm after. I have some notes somewhere already about... I started to say about the Nobel laureate that thinks we're in the real universe. Nobel laureate. Is that how you spell it? Nobel laureate. Can I keep typing? Wrong universe? Can you type that? Would that work? Wrong universe. Oh, there's another one. The crisis in cosmology. So we had a crisis. There were two theories of how to measure the rate of expansion of the universe, and for a long time, both measures. So when you make these measurements, you get error bars. We think it's this with plus or minus that, and the two different methods for a long time had overlapping error bars, and so everyone was kind of happy that you're in the right ballpark. It's somewhere between here and there. But as they got more and more accurate measurements of certain things, the error bars didn't overlap anymore, and in fact grew apart. And which of these two rates of expansion of the universe is correct? And so someone came up with a third method, which should have been like the tiebreaker. Which one's nearest? No, it came up with a third fucking measurement, didn't it? That's not near the other. Well, when I say not near, it doesn't overlap the other two. So we've now got three different measurements for the rate of expansion of the universe. And the crisis in cosmology just got worse. So it's something around, it's between 63 and 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec. If I'm remembering the numbers right, which probably not. So a parsec's about 3.25 light years, and a million parsecs. So 3.25 million light years. If you've got that much, if space is that big, 3.25 million light years, it should be the rate of the expansion of the universe. Add an extra 76 kilometers every second. I think it's every second. Between 63 and 7. But you've got these three different measurements that don't match. And the science kind of says that if we're understanding things right, each of these methods should come up with the same number to within spitting distance. It doesn't. Crisis in cosmology, folks, means that we're not understanding something in science, in the cosmos, in the universe. But this isn't. My search didn't bring up. No, now I've lost that. I don't think that result is. I don't think that's the one I was looking for. Not have the universe all wrong, but the wrong universe. Can if I just type science news, can I find something? I didn't make any notes on this one, it just cropped up randomly. Top stories. It's relatively recent, so no. Which news thing should I go to? Let me type Artemis 2 sending astronauts to them. Oh yeah, they've decided to build a moon base now, haven't they? After going on about Mars, now we're going to build a moon base. I hope we call it Alpha. You have to, surely. Am I the only one? If you're going to have a moon base, it has to be called Alpha. Just because Space 1999. Come on. Don't give me a definition of what science news is. That's ridiculous. I don't know what to type. Cosmology, maybe. Physics, I don't know. Cosmology news. Let's do that. Oh, there's one I missed. Scientists prove the universe isn't a simulation after all. I'll have to have a look at that on another day. These are not recent. How difficult is it to find a fucking story that I was reading earlier. By Sabine Hossenfelder. Sabina Hossenfelder. I can't find what I'm after, folks. I should have made better notes. I should have made notes. I do have some science stories tucked away somewhere, but they're from a few weeks ago. What do we got? Where are they? You don't want pancake recipes. Notes for TrampCast Hangouts. Here we go. If it loads. Oh, I said the other day about the scaffold cartilage, the cartilage scaffold to help build bones. We did that one. Tyrannosauruses were scavengers, apparently. There are teeth marks on the carcasses of larger tyrannosaurs. So baby T-Rex will eat dead adult tyrannosaurs and other dinosaurs. That was new news. Everyone thought that they were hunters. What else we got? Sand from deserts can trigger cloud formation. For a long time, it was hypothesized that nucleation, I think it's called, isn't it? When lots of moisture in the air, but it needs a trigger to start condensing together to start forming clouds. It used to be thought that tiny dust particles and or cosmic rays were involved in nucleation. Now they're saying that bigger particles like mineral dust from deserts can trigger clouds. That's right. Do you know that the Amazon is as fertile as it is because Saharan dust travels over the Atlantic, and the mineral composition is useful for the plants. But now on its journey, it also causes clouds and therefore rain. Another one here, my notes, is about dementia basically being, what would you call it? Well, they do call it diabetes type 3. It's kind of a nickname for dementias. The hypothesis is that lifestyle choices and unhealthy living raise your risks of Alzheimer's and other dementia diseases. So a person's likelihood of developing dementia is shaped by both fixed and modifiable influences throughout life. So there are genetic factors, but there are also lifestyle choices. Smoking, cardiovascular disease, high blood lipid levels, so fat consumption, physical activity, alcohol consumption, are tied with hearing loss and high blood pressure. Here's another one. Dementia. Picking your nose. Unbelievably. Picking your nose is linked with dementia. The hypothesis is the lining of your nostrils, lining of your nose carries blood, and it's close to your brain. And if you create a tiny cut, a little nick within your nose, um, which people who pick their nose may do from time to time, bacteria, I think bacteria, but possibly viruses, whatever, something gets in there, and it gets in, travels along blood, blood. What's the word? Blood vessels, whether that's arterial or venous. But then it hitches a lift on nerves and can travel up nerves and in. This is the hypothesis, and there seems to be evidence to back it up. I haven't got anything on that here, but I just remembered that from somewhere. That's an interesting one, don't you think? Nose picking and dementia are linked. Don't know. Seems strange, but science has discovered stranger things. Like the bacteria that lives in your stomach and causes ulcers. It's just assumed for centuries that nothing could live in the stomach. So acidic. And then they discover Helicobacter pylori, or just H. pylori if you will. If you can't remember Helicobacter, just say helicopter. Just go to your doctor and say, I want to test, I've got a lot of like stomach acid problems and oh, maybe an ulcer. Can you test me for helicopter bacteria? He'll know what you mean. Tell him I sent you. Does anybody remember, as late as the late 80s and into the early 90s, everybody was told that stomach ulcers was a lifestyle thing. It was your diet, too much spicy food, too much stress. Cut out, don't drink alcohol, drink milk, and relax and don't be stressed. Doctors were convinced that this had been the standard medical advice for decades. Cut out alcohol. Don't be stressed. Don't have spicy food. And they were so wrong, it was unreal. Barry Marshall in Australia and his colleague, I think it's Australia, it might be New Zealand, but Barry Marshall anyway was the name of the bloke who proved them all wrong. Him and his colleague. But it was Barry Marshall. They prepared some Helicobacter pylori, and they had no idea of the dosage, so he just drank a glass of it. And it was such an overdose, such an unreal overdose, that within days, I think, his stomach was bubbling away. I don't think any man on the planet has ever had so many stomach ulcers at once. But they'd already done the tests and they'd already found the antibiotics. So it's a bacteria, so antibiotics work. Antibiotics don't work on viruses, but it's a bacteria. And so they'd already in the lab, in the test tubes or petri dishes, whatever, they'd already found the combinations of antibiotics. But yeah, this guy, his stomach was riddled with the shit. There are pictures, I believe. I don't know, X-rays or whatever. But yeah, and he gave himself a gut full of stomach ulcers, and then he got rid of them all. And that's a Nobel Prize for him and his colleague. Don't remember the name of the colleague, but I remember Barry Marshall for some reason. Where are we here? Superconductivity in uranium ditelluride. Superconductivity is one of those holy grails that are chasing. They managed to make some superconductivity stuff outside of the theories of how they believe superconductors are created and behave. So they made what I said it's called uranium ditelluride. Emerges only under extremely strong magnetic fields, defying long-held expectations about how superconductors behave. The big push with superconductors is to get them to work at somewhere close to normal temperatures without having to pump in liquid nitrogen or helium or whatever it is that they use to get down to like 3 degrees Kelvin or whatever most. So this stuff is used in MRIs, or NMRIs as they should more correctly be known. You know this one? So magnetic resonance imaging isn't the proper name. It's nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. But as like a marketing thing, they figured people would be perturbed by the nuclear element in the, you know, the wording, the letter. So they just dropped it so as not to scare patients. So now everybody says MRI, but nobody says NMRI. But those use superconductors, but you have to pump in a lot of, like, I don't remember whether it's liquid nitrogen or helium. But they have to do something to get it right down to just a few degrees above absolute zero. And this is one of the reasons the things are so expensive to operate and run. So if you could make superconductors that don't require that stupid amount of cooling, and there are some now that they call them something like high temperature superconductors, but they're still like, instead of like minus 270 odd or whatever absolute zero is, instead of that, if you could get one that's just like minus 150, you don't need as much of the coolant, and it becomes less expensive. But the holy grail would be something at room temperature. They can make room temperature superconductors, not actual room temperature, but close to, but only at super high pressure. So the hunt is on for one that's at a normalish temperature. You know, if you could make one at like minus 10 or minus 20 Celsius that didn't require 100 million megatons of pressure. Made up number. But yeah, and it would have been megapascals, not megatons, but you get the idea. If you could do that, then you could make things cheaper and work better. And if you could have a literal room temperature one, then you could have monorails and things that all your magnetic levitation would be for free. But they managed to make a superconductor that works in strong magnetism, which normally would interfere with it and stop it working with this specific molecule, I guess. But nobody can explain why or how yet. But they'll get there. But if they can work that out, that might open up new ideas for other avenues to explore for superconductivity. There's another one. Look, superconductivity temperature record has been broken for doing it at warmer and warmer temperatures. Researchers at University of Houston set a new... Do you say Houston or just Houston? I'm never sure. In fact, American won't even have the H on the beginning. Houston. Don't know. Set a new record for superconductivity at ambient pressure, achieving a transition temperature of 151 Kelvin. I got no idea what that is in Celsius. I don't... Is it... Let's go find out. I've got a computer in front of me. 0 Kelvin is minus 273.15. Okay. I was right with minus 273. So back here, and 133 Kelvin is minus 140 Celsius. And that is 18 degrees warmer than any other recorded superconducting, I was going to say elements, it's not the right word, molecule? Whatever, substance, material. Yeah. Room temperature superconductivity remains about 140 degrees Celsius away. There you go, folks. I think that was the science news that I'd made notes of in previous weeks. Always like to try and drop a bit of science in every now and again. Some people come here for the education. Some just want to see a tramp laying in his bed. Drinking beer, that always affirms some people's beliefs, and you know, I do my best to live up to the stereotypes. It is the only drug that I do, before anybody asks. Don't do nicotine. Don't do any herbalicious stuff. Don't do prescription meds and painkillers or any of that. In fact, I don't even do paracetamol or ibuprofen more than 3 or 4 tablets a year, maybe. Unless something goes really wonky. No psychiatric or whatever other issues. Just a guy trapped by circumstance in a field. Long story. If you don't know the story, TrampCast space 001 is where you'll find all your answers. 2.5 hours of amateurish rambling, because it was my first ever live stream. But I asked people what they wanted to know. I asked my subscribers for what they wanted to know. I took those questions, I put them into something approaching an order, and built a narrative around it. Padded it a little bit with my own thoughts and feelings, and 2.5 hours for my first ever live stream. Now, what's incredible about that, folks, is that I've always hated cameras. I particularly always hated video cameras. I hate the sound of my own voice, or always did hate the sound of my own voice. Springing from an incident when I was about 4 or 5, when a neighbour had a tape recorder and got me and my sister to speak into it, and then played it back, and what I heard didn't sound like me to me. I couldn't believe that was me. You don't hear yourself in the normal way. You hear yourself more through bone induction rather than sound coming out and coming in. You're hearing vibrations in through your bones. So what other people hear when you speak isn't what you hear necessarily. Yeah, folks, it is getting a bit late, but yeah, the idea of talking to a camera especially live. I'm not that guy. Or I didn't think I was that guy. When I'm out and about, let's say down the pub with friends, I'm the quiet, shy guy. Other people fill all the conversation. I'll chip in with an odd comment, but there's always that guy who runs the conversation, and I'm happy to let them. The idea of sitting here, look, we're coming up on 4 hours. I've got no idea what we talked about most of it. Neither of you guys that are listening, if you're listening. I think some people put this on in the background and bugger off, go out to the pub or something. They're just doing me a favour by bumping up the viewer count all the way to 8. Am I missing anything with chat? Has there anybody? Here we go. Let me just think. Clocks go back weekend after next. No, they go forward this weekend. 29th, the last Sunday of spring forward, fall back. So it's this Saturday night, Sunday morning. Is it 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock becomes 2 o'clock. So if you've paid to get into the nightclub, you lose an hour. Interesting factoids. Let's go for this one. How does this go? The day after, now I heard this today, and I don't know whether the day after means the Sunday or whether it means the Monday. I think it means the Monday when people go to work, but I'm not sure. There will be 6% more road traffic accidents than normal, and the rate of heart attacks goes up 40%. It's the stress it puts on the body, changing the kind of the circadian rhythm. Basically, we all get a minor version of jet lag while our body adjusts. And that extra little stress, if somebody's, imagine if this much stress is a heart attack and you're here and you just get that extra little push. So a certain proportion of people just get pushed over the edge by the extra. By stress, I don't mean worry. I just mean physical stress on the body. Basically, you're getting up after an hour's less sleep, or your weekend's been short. Just a change. I don't think it matters which direction, but certainly when you spring forward, you lose an hour of your night. If you're getting up on an alarm clock, you lose an hour of your weekend, and then you've got to adjust the next day and the next night. You get up to go to work on Monday and things are just not right. Yeah. Okay, people have been commenting while I've been twittering on. Snickers are the best selling chocolate bars in the world. Marathon, mate. Marathon. Snickers, my ass. Snickers. What does that word even mean? It's not even a word. Unless it's the Americanized version of Sniggers. I said sir at the beginning of that word for anybody who's... I'm not saying the words tonight. I'm being a good boy. That kind of subdued laugh. That's a snigger. Americans change it to snicker because they think the word's too much like something else. But Snickers, don't know. On a slightly unrelated point, do you get any good Spanish cheeses in Torrevieja? We get all of the good. What's the main one? The one that's goat cheese. There's one that's Captain something or other. I can never remember the name. And there's a goat cheese with a black zigzag rind on it. I don't remember the names. But this one's one of the most popular good cheeses in Spain. Spanish goat cheese, really popular. Goat cheese name. Yeah. Casa de Cabra, no. No, no. Have I got these the right way around? Let me go back. Black. I'm going to say black zigzag rind. Black zigzag. Zigzag's a word. Is that one word or two? Black zigzag rind. Maybe this is not a goat's cheese. Herringbone, that'd be the word. We've gone Manchego. All right, you see now they're saying industrial style. So that's Manchego's the one I was thinking of. Is that a goat cheese? While authentic, protected designation of origin, Manchego is made from... Oh, it's sheep's milk, sorry. That one's sheep's milk. But it's very nice. I like it. But, okay, dark brown, black or dark grey, paraffined waxed rind with a signature zigzag basket weave pattern. I think they call it herringbone above, did they? Manchego's a great cheese. I like that one. What's the other one? There's one called Captain something or other. I'm sure there is, unless I'm imagining it. Let me edit the Spanish. I'll get rid of goat. Although this one might be. I'm going to say Captain something or other. Captain. Gran Capitan? Is that what I was thinking of? I don't know what it is. Toasted or cured cheese, specifically popular. That's a blend of cow, sheep, and goat milk. Recognized for its sweet and caramel flavor. I think that is the one, Gran Capitan. Now these might be. I think they're nice. I've got no idea whether purists, whether connoisseurs will say whether they're good or not. But I can get all the other stuff as well, all the normal stuff. I can get cheddar. Cheddar's widely available, not cheap, but widely available. Cheddar, Edam, all of your standard, all your basics. Imagine calling cheddar basic. I didn't mean it like that. But all of your more obvious choices are available. Get them all in the supermarket. I love cheese, but I'm not a connoisseur. I'm not a, what's the one with all the, is it Emmental with the holes in it? Emmental, all of the cheeses, they're all here. I haven't seen Wensleydale or any of that kind of, a crumbly, I haven't seen a Cheshire or whatever, but, yeah. I watched a thing, AI, the other day. This is Andy's computer tube. Didn't realise Sam Altman was a bit dodgy, and that's why they tried to sack him, because they didn't want him control of such a powerful project. Dodgy how? Has he got weird and extreme views? Where are we going? Religious? Scientific? Pervy? What? Weird what? Dodgy how? Can we say in public without getting prosecuted or sued? I don't know. I don't know much about him. I know that there's controversy wherever he goes. Didn't he leave? He left one AI project and started or joined another like a few years back, and now haven't they kicked him out, or is it the Elon one? I don't remember. I don't remember whether it's the Elon Musk one or not. Open AI. Who was that one? Is that the one that he left to join another one, or did he leave another one to join that one? I don't remember which way around they are. Cheers, folks. We made it past the 4-hour mark. For significance, for anyone who doesn't know, if you don't make it to 4 hours in a live stream, when you're a small channel like mine, you might have to wait 15 or 16 hours for YouTube to finish all the post-processing that they do, making the different resolutions of the videos from 144p upwards to either 7, what's the number, is it 720? I don't think I'm broadcasting at 1080, am I? I don't think so. I may be, but I don't know. If anybody's got the stats for nerds option on the player, maybe they could tell me what we're outputting at. It's not something you can control from within the app. It just does. It picks what it thinks best. So I don't know whether we're going out at 720 or 1080, but all the other options, 340, etc., down to 144p, all of that post-processing, as well as synchronizing live chat replay. It can take 16 hours, 15, 16 hours. If you don't make it to 4 hours. If I make it to 4 hours, it's available within 15 or 20 minutes. So if you've joined late and you want to go back and watch the beginning, when we finish, if you wait 15 or 20 minutes, you should be able to get chat replay and all of the other goodies that come with it. Yeah. Sounds like he has a bit of a god complex, basically, and not entirely honest by the sounds of it. Okay. Is there a financial thing here, or I don't know. I was saying before about how Steve Jobs was either a sociopath or a psychopath. I still don't know the difference between the two technically. And I keep reading. Every time I have this conversation, I go off and read about what the difference is. But all the talk of clocks being changed made me sleepy. Going to head off to my bed. Good night, all. Good night, UK Richie. And thank you for joining us, my friend. Always nice to see you here. And I think you arrived at a good time. I think there was a lull in the. I was struggling to keep twittering on. You wouldn't believe it, would you? But I have to. I think I have to get my shoes on ready, folks. Where are we? We're on about. We're coming for 2:10. Yeah. Got my friend coming around at somewhere around 2:30, más o menos, more or less. Give it another 5 minutes, maybe. I'll lay here on the bed. I'll put the shoes on, and when I hear him arrive, I will have to depart for a few minutes. If you guys are sticking around, if everyone's leaving, I can call it quits anytime now. There's no problem. You'll have to fit the 4 hours mark. But I'm happy to keep talking if you're happy to keep listening. You want to see what I got. So much. I got food piled up. I got these cracker bread things. They're like, I don't know if they're dehydrated or freeze dried. It's like freeze dried bread. Pack of biscuits. I did have the cheese and I've got Branston pickle and piccalilli, folks. Oh, Branston pickle, big jar. Thanks to Karen and Karen and family. Big jar. I got the Branston. I got the piccalilli. I've got gravy granules. I think I've got chicken and beef meat, and I think I've got some vegetable stock cubes. I think it's that way around. I think so. Proper gravy granules, not just stock cubes, actual gravy granules. I might have to do some cooking one day soon, eh? I haven't actually cooked that. Every time I think about cooking, the wind picks up, and I'm not standing there cooking. It's not that I don't want to stand there in the wind. I've got no problem with that. It's that the gas just gets blown away. That the heat doesn't go in the pan. It misses the pan, and you stand there forever trying to boil water or fry a sausage or whatever you're doing. It just takes 2 or 3 times longer. 2 or 3 times longer once the wind picks up. Let me. Is there any scrolling? Have we done? Oh no, it was UK Rich. All the talk of clocks being changed make me sleepy. Going to head off to bed. Good night, all. Good night, mate. I think I said it already, but yeah. Okay, folks, what are we doing? Are people going to chat? Thumbs up if you haven't, by the way, folks. I'd appreciate a thumbs up. I always like to try and hit 20, but I don't think we're going to make that today. That's okay. I remember the days when we used to hit 30 and 40 thumbs ups, but it was all new then. Get out that shithole. Take care. Okay, Gavin. I will get out of this shithole one day when circumstances allow. Shithole Torrevieja, shithole this field, or shithole Spain? Which shithole is it? Or just shithole this tent, maybe. Maybe. Who knows? But hello and goodbye. Okay, folks. I am going to need another visit to the little boy's room. Then I'm going to put and wait for my mate Tom to arrive. You are live. Apparently we had a disconnect. I don't know how long for. Hopefully not too long. I was just saying I am going to have to make another visit to the little boy's room. You know how it is. Once you go once, and you've opened the floodgates. I am waiting for my friend to arrive roughly 2:30 my time, which is about 15 or 20 minutes away. Yeah, there. Oh, I do have an alarm set. Where's that at? Is that on the phone or on the tablet? Just hang on, folks. Oh, yeah, there, look. I'm going to turn off the upcoming alarm. Don't let me fall asleep now that I've turned the alarm off. I'm just going to mute the microphone. I'm going to mute the volume, mute the audio for a moment. Going to go do what I need to do. Going to put my shoes on. And then I might put a jumper on in case I have to run out and go and meet him. Give us a second, folks. Okay, folks, sorry about that. Call of nature. Can't be helped. That's the snood going on, and here's the jumper. Snood, what kind of fairy am I? It's okay, babe. You're okay. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. Whoa. Oh, yeah, folks. Is anybody talking to me? I'm just sitting there wondering what's going on. Why is this guy getting dressed at 2 o'clock in the morning? Oh, here we go. So I'm just listening out now for a motorbike pulling up at the top of the road and turning the engine off. Oh, okay. Blind as a bat nowadays without the glasses. Okay, nobody's talking to me. Let me have a quick hand wash. Soapy water, folks. Soapy water. Okay. Put that back over there. Grab the towel and dry my hands. You gotta have a system, folks. You gotta have a system. As Harry Hill used to say. Right, I'm back. I'm back. I think as we approach past, I will probably call it quits there, and when I think my friend has arrived. I don't think we want to drag this out too much more. Don't want to be boring anybody. Any questions? Anybody want to make a comment? Questions, comments, topics for conversation. I'm just going to scroll back in case I missed anybody earlier. Oh, the Sam Altman thing. Yeah, I got to look at that. I did see something a few days back, but I didn't look into it too much. I haven't really followed AI in recent years. I don't use it apart from when you type a question into Google. Used to give you links to pages to go and get an answer. Now it just tells you the answer, or what it thinks is the answer. I did a thing for a while. I messed about with AI image generation when I had a free app that would do it. I think it was Microsoft Bing. Does it still do it? Does the Bing app still do AI picture generation? I think I've mentioned a few of the ideas. You just come up with random puns almost. So instead of Conan the Barbarian, Canon the Barbarian, or Conan the Barber, that kind of thing. Yeah, and it would just make pictures, and so you had I think my Conan the Barbarian, two big swords pivoting as the scissors while he's cutting hair and beards or whatever. Silly, but if you can come up with the right creative kind of pun, the right idea, it made some useful pictures. I can't remember any of the... Oh, what would other examples have been? Did I do Karan the Barbarian? I think I did. My crackers just moving all on their own. Just scrolling back. I don't think I've missed anything, have I? UK Richie had been to a Depeche Mode tribute group. They were good, but his ears are ringing. So who's still here? Is anybody still here? UK Richie headed off. Is Andy still here? Maybe he's still doing his decorating. I got the bin men moving around all over the place. I do like that here in Spain, folks. The bin men come around in the night, anywhere from 10 o'clock onwards, and empty all the... So you don't have your own bins at home. You take everything out to a communal dumpster, I guess would be the word, the big bins, and they get emptied daily. And sometimes in summer they get emptied twice daily on the central places, the the more important, the more heavily populated areas. They don't want trash or rubbish sitting there for days in bins, so they empty them daily. Which is great until they come and do the big, the glass collection ones, the bottle bank things, because those are really noisy. Those will wake everybody up. Yeah, no, I don't think I've got much more to add, folks. We are on about 20 past. I'm waiting for my friend in, within the next 5 or 10 minutes, and I'm running out of twatterings, so I think we're going to call it quits sometime now. Is that okay? Anybody want to carry on talking? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I will try and end in the manner she's actually awake. I think because I've been moving around. I'll try and end things in the manner to which you may have become accustomed if you've been here a while. Here we go, folks. Let's do this thing. Oh, I'm going to introduce you. If you haven't seen her already, or if you've been here a while, I'm going to reintroduce you to my girl. Let's have a look. I'm going to point over here. Turn the light on. Whoa, feet. That used to get all the pervs going when I was barefoot. Here she is, look. Hey, babe. Hello, you. Hello, Tina T. Hello, darling. I know you don't like the light. I know, but we gotta please the customers. Hey? The people who might send us donations. There is no donation link pinned in chat, folks. But here we go. I think we've got a motorbike at the top of the road. In the description, there is a link about halfway down for a PayPal donate link if anybody wants to help out. I'm going to call it here, though, folks. From Tina. Here she is. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, guys.